going to sort of introduce me at the start, or?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I think so. We can adjust it as we go. Better start with too much and then bring it down.
Morning. Morning.
I think we have met before.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Paul, nice to meet you, Glen.
Responsible for the licorice?
Oh,
Just Aussie style.
really? Aussie style? I don't know what that means.
I don't.
I know Swedish style, which is salty, but Aussie style licorice, I don't know what that
That's
means.
very nice, anyway.
I don't know what Aussie style licorice means.
If you don't know, nobody knows.
That's like a marketing
We're
ploy
going to be
to
about
know.
5 minutes late because people are sort of getting sheep and stuff. So.
Oh, it's different. Yeah. You stirred up the emptiness again. Alright. Oh, he's operating.
So welcome everybody to German Buddhist Center Leeds and to a day with Glen Svensson on levels of concentration. You will need to see the board here at the front, so adjust your seating accordingly. This session is being broadcast live onto YouTube, so just bear that in mind and to watch later. We're very happy that Glen, of course, has come back to us and the second time this year already, so we're very happy. Thank you, Glen, for coming back. Glen has been around obviously for a long time, but has studied the master's program in Italy obviously for 7 years and was a tutor and producer of many diagrams on that course, as we can see here. And then, of course, since then has been teaching around the world and involved in the Iron Waters, for example, and many great projects. So we're very happy you come back, Glen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kerry. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Jamyang Leeds, and welcome to this one-day event titled Levels of Concentration. Today we're going to have 4 sessions. So this morning, this first session will go for till 11:40, and then we'll have a 20-minute tea break. Then the second session will go from 12 till 10 past 1, and then we'll have a lunch break from 10 past 1 to 10 past 2. And then the third session will be from 10 past 2 to 10 past 3 this afternoon. Another afternoon tea break till 3:30, and then the last session finishing at 4:30. So 4 sessions today, finishing at 4:30. I like my sessions to be very interactive. So as I'm going along, if you have any questions, please ask questions as we go. So raise your hand and I'll try and answer questions as we go. All of you, hopefully you've got the handouts. You should have 5 handouts. Oh, double-sided, okay. It should be 5 sides. Maybe it's on 3 pieces of paper. And before we begin, remember, if you haven't already done so, please turn off your mobile phones so we don't get disturbed by those. And what I'd like to do to start, before we actually start our discussion, is to do a very short meditation to relax the body, relax the mind, and set a good motivation. So just to get us in a right state of body and mind to begin our discussion. So if you'd like to find a nice, comfortable posture, we'll begin with that. As an act of loving kindness for yourself, allow your awareness to descend into the body, filling the entire space of your body, and simply becoming aware of sensations throughout the body. Using the out-breath to relax and release any tightness or tension in any part of the body. awareness to the area of your face, and softening and relaxing all the muscles in the face. The mouth and jaw soft and relaxed. And all the muscles around the eyes soft and relaxed. This way allowing the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. And relaxing more deeply with each out-breath. Can take 3 slow, deep breaths, maintaining awareness of sensations throughout the body as you breathe. And simply allow your breathing to settle into its natural rhythm. Not trying to control or regulate the breath in any way. Simply allowing it to flow naturally and effortlessly. And then give yourself permission to let go of any hopes or fears, worries or concerns about the past or the future. To let go of all of these things for the duration of this short session. Simply allow the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Simply focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Wherever you can most easily notice any sensations associated with the breathing. ongoing flow of mindfulness, of the sensations of the breath throughout the body. If you find yourself becoming distracted, the first thing to do is simply relax and then release the distraction and very gently return to focusing on the breath. So relax, release and return each time you notice you've become distracted. We can briefly think about our motivation for coming here today. What do we want to get out of today's event? set the best possible motivation for coming here today. If possible, extend that motivation out to include others. Not only coming here today for our own benefit, but so that we can help benefit others. Slowly, keeping this motivation in mind, we can slowly finish this meditation and begin our discussions together. So the title of our sessions today is called Levels of Concentration. And the Sanskrit word for concentration is samadhi. So we can talk about, of course, many levels of concentration. But in particular, today we're going to focus on 9 particular levels, which I've briefly listed here on the board. The first one is called shamata. It's a Sanskrit word, and often this is translated into English as calm abiding. Then we can talk about 4 levels of concentration, which often are in English called the 4 concentrations, in Sanskrit, dhyana. And then we can also talk about 4 levels of concentration called the 4 absorptions, or in Sanskrit, samapattis. So we're going to look at these 9 levels of concentration today, and these are sort of briefly outlined in one of your charts here, the 9 levels of samadhi. So we can see, and we've highlighted those 9 levels in this chart, and we can see that the first 5 of those levels, the shamata and the 4 concentrations, belong to what's called the form realm. And the last 4 absorptions belong to what's called the formless realm. And then, of course, we can also talk about desire realm. So these are different planes of existence. And so as we develop these levels of concentration, mentally, we can move into these higher planes of existence mentally. But these planes of existence can also be physical planes of existence. And we're going to look at that in the last session this afternoon, based on another handout you have there, the 3 realms. So we can talk about these 3 planes of existence. And now, of course, the plane of existence that we are inhabiting is what's called the desire realm. And in that chart, at the bottom, there's a footnote that says it's called the desire realm because we have desire. This is our sort of main driving factor. And the 2 most common forms of desire we have is, as mentioned here, food and sex. That these are really driving us in our life. And so hence it's called desire realm. And within the desire realm there are a number of types of existences, which we'll look at in the last session this afternoon. But also we can talk about the form realm being an actual physical plane of existence. And also even the formless realm can be a plane of actual existence. And so we're going to have a look at this afternoon is these planes of existence and how they relate to these levels of concentration. In particular, by how we, by cultivating these levels of concentration, we can end up in that type of existence. So we'll have a look at that three realms this afternoon in the last session. So back on these 9 levels of samadhi chart, what I'd like to do today then in this first session is begin by having a look at the first level, shamata, and to outline how do we go, what is this shamata, what's it look like, and then how do we go about cultivating that, how do we, what sort of training do we need to embark in to actually achieve this level of concentration called shamata. So that's what I'd like to look at in this session now. And then in the next session we see that in this chart here we have these, at the bottom, these 9 mental abidings. So these are 9 stages that we progress through in our practice to achieve shamata. And these 9 stages are very nicely represented pictorial here in your shamata chart. So in the second session we're going to look at this shamata chart and see how we move through these 9 stages to this level of concentration called shamata. So that's what we're going to look at in the second session. And then in the third session after lunch we'll then look at how we then, on the basis of shamata, we progress through these what's called the 7 preparations here, you see in the middle, how we move through these 7 levels to achieve what's called this first dhyana, the first concentration, and then how we move between those various concentrations into those absorptions, how we move from one level to the next. So that's what we're going to be looking at after lunch. And in the last session, what I'd like to do is have a look at what is the purpose of these 9 levels of concentration. To what purpose do we strive to achieve these levels of concentration? So we're going to look at the various purposes for these levels of concentration in the last session this afternoon. So that's roughly what we're going to try to achieve today. So I'd like to begin by outlining the concentration practice, the training that we need to engage in to strive to achieve this goal of shamata. So shamata again is a Sanskrit word, and we can divide that into 2. Shama means like non-discursive, I mean the mind that's not going all over the place. So that's often then translated as calm. And then ta means to remain or abide. So ta is what's translated as abiding. So shamata is usually translated as calm abiding. In Tibetan it's shine. Shine is the Tibetan word. So then what are we trying to, what does this shamata look like? What qualities are in this concentration called shamata? So generally in this training to strive for shamata, they talk about 2 qualities. The first quality that we are trying to cultivate in this practice is stability, meaning a mind that is stable, a mind that can focus, can concentrate, can focus on a given object without becoming distracted. So this is the first quality we are cultivating in this practice. But not only do we want a stable mind, but we want to be able to focus on the object in a very clear way. So the second quality is clarity. Now, what's obstructing us from having a stable mind is, of course, a distracted mind. And what's stopping us from having a clear mind is dullness. But I like to add a third quality here that's often not mentioned in this training in the text. And it's something that I think particularly us in our modern society really need to pay attention to in this sort of training, in this concentration training. Because if we don't, we're probably going to have all sorts of difficulties in our practice. And that is the quality of relaxation. The reality is that many of us in our modern society lead very fast-paced lives, constantly bombarded by stimulus. Lives often tend to be very chaotic, stressful, a lot of tension in our life. Our minds tend to be very chaotic. And whenever we want to focus on any activity in our life, what we tend to do is we tend to tense when we focus, because we know if we don't tense, we're just going to get completely distracted. So we tense in everything we do. And if we only have to focus for a short time, that can sort of work. But we know from our own experience, if we focus with a lot of tension and we have to focus for a longer period of time, we often become completely exhausted and often become very agitated. So this is not the approach we want to follow in this training. And this can be the natural tendency as a beginner. We sit down to focus on an object, often the breath. Our mind gets completely distracted. We come back and we clamp down more tightly because we feel the reason we got distracted is we weren't focusing hard enough. So we need to do more. We need to focus more intensely. And if we do that, maybe for a short time we can focus on the breath. And maybe it becomes more and more clear. And we think, oh, we're progressing. But it's not going to work because that tension is going to create a lot of fatigue and a lot of agitation. So it's not going to work. So the first thing we need to do in this training is we need to learn how to relax. Relax, 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 relax. I think the main reason people have a lot of difficulty in the beginning stage of any meditation, particularly this one, is because of this. We're too tight, we're too tense, we're simply trying too hard. We need to learn to relax, because if we don't have a relaxed body and a relaxed mind, there's no way we're going to develop stability and clarity. So therefore we need to cultivate these qualities in this order. First, emphasize relaxation, body and mind. Then on that basis, emphasize more stability. And then with a more stable mind, emphasizing the clarity of attention. So if we cultivate these in these orders, we can overcome these obstacles. And we can move towards this goal of shamata. Now, the actual level of concentration called shamata, at that level, we often talk about three qualities of that level of mind. The first quality, of course, clarity, that when we achieve that goal of concentration, what we see directly is our mind is crystal clear, crystal clear. Also, our mind has become completely quiet and still. So the second thing is non-conceptuality. Our mind is not caught up in a lot of conceptual thinking. It's completely still. We experience a very non-conceptual stillness. But also in that experience, we experience bliss. Our mind is very joyful, blissful. Now, the meditation texts warn meditators about these three qualities, because all of those are very enjoyable. When our mind is very clear, very nice. When our mind is completely still, very nice. When our mind is blissful, very nice. So when we start to experience these as we're moving towards shamata, they can be very enticing. So the natural tendency can be, oh, I like that. I want that. Let's try and hold on to it. Let's try and recreate it. And then, of course, our mind becomes agitated with that craving. These qualities disappear. We try to recreate them. We can't because our mind is agitated. We become more and more frustrated. Our whole practice comes to a grinding halt. So rather than craving these experiences when they arise, rather to use them as signposts that we are heading in the right direction to motivate us to go further, rather than simply get caught up in craving these experiences. Also, the meditation texts warn us about not misinterpreting these experiences. Because often when people have these experiences, they misinterpret them for some profound realization of the nature of reality. You know, often we talk about this experience of emptiness, a completely non-conceptual state. So often here, particularly with this, when people have this experience, it's very easy to think, oh, I'm realizing the nature of reality. And so then people become very deluded, thinking they're some very high-level spiritual practitioner. Then what's all that's happened is that their mind has become a little bit still. That's all. So we need to be careful not to crave and grasp onto these experiences and to not misinterpret them as some sort of high-level realization of reality or something. So these are the qualities that we are moving towards in the shamatha practice. What tools do we use in this practice? We can see that a little bit in this diagram, which we're going to look at next session. Down the bottom here, we see the meditator, and in their left hand is a rope, and in the right hand is a hook. And these are the two main tools of the practice. The rope in the left hand is symbolizing mindfulness, and the hook in the right hand is symbolizing introspection. Mindfulness here is a translation of the Sanskrit word smrti, or the Pali word sati. Both of these two words literally mean to remember. So mindfulness is our ability to remember the object, to not forget the object, to be able to hold the object without becoming distracted. So this is the primary tool of this practice, and that's symbolized by the rope. So the rope of mindfulness is we're tying our mind with the rope of mindfulness to the object we're focusing on. But then, together with that, we need a way of monitoring that, to notice if we're becoming dull or distracted. So that's introspection. Introspection is quality control. Introspection is monitoring the mindfulness. You know, are we still holding the object, or are we starting to become dull or distracted? So introspection can notice that we're becoming dull or distracted, and then to reapply mindfulness. So these are the two main tools we use in this practice. What we need to remember, this word mindfulness here, of course, is quite widely used. There are a lot of modern-day mindfulness traditions. What we need to remember, however, is a lot of these modern-day traditions define this word in a little bit different way. Often you'll find in the modern traditions the word mindfulness is defined as something like a non-judgmental awareness of whatever is arising in the present moment. Very good thing to do. But this is not really how the word mindfulness was originally defined. So we need to be aware of that, otherwise there could be some confusion. So the word mindfulness originally, from the Buddhist context, simply means memory, our ability to remember, to not forget, to hold the object. That's it. So these are the two main tools we use in this practice. Remember, if anyone has any questions as we go along, please raise your hand. So, yeah, down the back.
When you talk about dullness,
yeah.
do you boredom?
So dullness here is a very general term. What we're going to see in the text here, the technical word is laxity. And in this area, laxity really means that we are not holding the object in a very clear way. Something is appearing, but it's not appearing very clearly. So this is laxity. Now, of course, this and related to this can be like lethargy, sleepiness. These are all sort of in the same area. And so there can be a number of degrees of this laxity. And one of the reasons that we have laxity is we're often lacking enthusiasm for the practice, which relates to another fault that we're going to look at shortly. And it's the same as in daily life. You know, if we are at work or at home and we're trying to focus on something that's not very exciting, then it's very hard to maintain clear focus because we're not enthusiastic. And then we sort of get distracted. So what we're going to see shortly is the first fault that we really need to overcome that often leads to this is laziness. Is that if we see no benefit in something, we're going to be very lazy. And often we're not going to be very enthusiastic about focusing on it. We're probably going to be half asleep or daydreaming. So one of the things that precipitate a lot of this is that underlying laziness, not having any interest in the practice. So that's one point, but we'll talk a bit more about it. Yeah.
With the mind of shamata, you have the plurality of non-conceptualization of bliss.
Yeah.
These also seem to be basic elements of dhyana, the basic, the first dhyana. And I know also you can get addicted to dhyana as a spiritual drug. I just wanted to point that out, that
Sure.
it is sort of passed on to the dhyanas. And it's happened to me, and I thought, oh yes, sort of enlightened. No, you've been crashing down as you grass.
Sure.
Samsara like a hamster.
Exactly. So, I mean, at whatever level we're cultivating, it's easy to get caught up into craving of these. And well before we even achieve shamata, we'll start to have some little taste of these. And then even at that level, at a fairly beginning level, it can be easy to crave these experiences and then, of course, come crashing to a grinding halt through that craving.
I want to give a little warning. I used to have, and I still have at the moment, quite bad mood swings, a bit of stress. I know what to do. I have more insight. But if you've got to watch your own personality, kind of, the history, and if you have certain, not peculiarities, but individualities, just be aware of them.
Sure.
Because I can handle that now.
Sure.
Yeah?
So what
I
we
feel
need...
just as bad.
Sure.
Too high, too low, I'll mix.
Yeah.
But I can handle it, so wash.
So that's a very good point, and I was going to bring that up later, but I'll bring it in now, is we're simply in this today, we're talking about developing concentration, which is just one element of the Buddhist spiritual path. So this concentration practice is within a larger framework. And if we don't keep it within a larger framework, if we take it out as an individual thing, which is unfortunately what a lot of modern day mindfulness traditions do, they look at this and they go, oh, that mindfulness, that's useful, I'll take that. Oh, all that other stuff, oh no, that's religious stuff, we get rid of that. Loving kindness, compassion, religious. You know, all that's religious stuff, we don't want that. That's baggage. So let's just take the mindfulness, because that could be useful. And then, of course, a lot of these traditions use just mindfulness, but then it doesn't help, because we have no framework for it, no context. And often what can happen is that if we use that mindfulness to be more focused on cheating people, more focused on being greedy, more effective at being greedy and so forth. And then, of course, our lives are a big mess. So we need to have that framework, because if we don't, we can go horribly astray in our practice. And particularly in this sort of shamata practice, if we don't have this framework of good motivation for doing it, plus the loving kindness compassion aspect, this really can lead us in a not a very good place. We can become completely self-absorbed and very disconnected from society. So this is, I think, what the point here was, is that we need to make sure that this is within a larger framework so that we can use it for a good motivation and have it within that framework so that we're not so easily then ending up in not a very good place. So this is very important to keep in mind. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is we want the mind of shamata to gain more wisdom.
We're going to be looking at the purpose for not only shamata but these other 8 levels. We're going to look at that in detail this afternoon in the last session. But the short answer for this is that within the Buddhist context, because these levels of concentration are not particularly Buddhist. You don't need to be a Buddhist to cultivate these levels of concentration. So you can develop these levels of concentration for other reasons. And at the time of the Buddha, that was often the case, is that people felt by developing these higher levels of concentration, we can be liberated from suffering. That was the reason they were cultivating those levels. What the Buddha discovered was simply developing higher levels of concentration or samadhi is not going to liberate us. What he found was that these levels of concentration were a good basis for vipashyana practice, the wisdom practice. Because what he discovered was if we want to overcome suffering, we need to develop wisdom, the wisdom of nature of reality. These levels of concentration can be a good basis for doing that. So
at the moment, what we are learning is knowledge.
So shamatha, what we're looking at now, is the training that we need to cultivate to realize, to come to that level of concentration. Then what do we do with that? Within Buddhism, then, as we're going to see starting in the next session, we use that as a basis, because it's a very calm, clear, focused mind. We use that to investigate the nature of reality. We use that as the basis for vipashyana practice, wisdom practice. Because now, if we try to do vipassana or wisdom practice, we meditate and we're half asleep and we get distracted, nothing much happens because we're not focused, we're not clear, we're not effective. But if we can develop this level of concentration, our mind is very stable, very focused, very clear, and we use that as the basis, then our vipassana wisdom practice can go somewhere. So this is the basis for the wisdom practice. Okay? Then the question, of course, is, in this practice, we're developing our concentration skills, our ability to focus. The question is, what object should we use to focus on in this practice? And here, there are many possibilities. In the text, lists many different options. But I think there are 3 objects, particularly in our modern society, that can be very effective and beneficial. And probably the most widely emphasized object for this practice is the breath, the physical sensations of the breath. And often the meditation texts on this say things like, if you're the sort of person who is highly discursive, meaning always thinking, then definitely the best object for you is the breath. And I think this accounts for about 95% of the modern day population. We're all living in the head. We're just conceptualizing everything, thinking. So much so that we've often lost touch with physical reality, even our own physical body. We've lost touch with it because we're all living in our conceptual mind. And unfortunately, we're often then tormented by that conceptual mind. So the physical sensations of the breath, if we focus on them, it gets us out of our conceptual mind and into our body. So this is a good start. And most of our conceptual thinking is about the past and the future. Very rarely are we in the present moment. And from a Buddhist perspective, living in the past and the future is a source of a lot of unhappiness. And some modern studies are coming to the very same conclusion. The physical sensations of breath only happen in the present moment. So by focusing on them, we get out of our conceptual mind, and we also get out of the past and the future into the present moment. So very good thing for us to do. So therefore the breath, for most of us, or many of us, will probably be the ideal object to focus on in this training. Now the breath, there are a couple of variations of the breath practice. There is the first one, sometimes called full body breath practice. And that is to simply focus on sensations anywhere in the body associated with the breathing, anywhere. And because this is a very diffuse object, this is particularly good for cultivating the first quality of relaxation. Particularly this with the posture called shavasana, the corpse posture. Lying flat on your back, hands to the side, the posture from an asana from yoga, using this posture because there the body is completely relaxed and you can really just notice sensations anywhere in the body, emphasizing relaxation. So this is very good if we find we are agitated, tense, too tight. You simply do this practice, particularly not even seated upright, lying down. Very good for relaxation. Another variation of the breath practice is to focus on the area of the abdomen, the rising and lowering of the abdomen. This is emphasized in a number of the Theravada traditions of Buddhism. Quite a large area of focus, not so difficult to focus on. So this is particularly useful for the second quality, stability. If we're wanting to stabilize the mind, then to focus on this, not so difficult. The third variation is to focus at the nostrils. Much smaller area of focus, the entrance of the nostrils, because it's a much more subtle object, very helpful for improving the clarity of our attention. So we can use these variations of the breath practice depending on what quality we're really trying to emphasize in our practice. So probably for many of us, the breath is going to be the best object to use in this training. But I want to mention two other objects that I think can be particularly beneficial in our modern society. And the second object of focus is to focus on the mind itself. Now, many people find this very challenging because the mind is more subtle than the physical sensations of the breath. And often we don't have a habit of simply observing our mind. We have a very strong habit of getting caught up in whatever is appearing in our mind. So in this practice, we are developing the capacity or ability to simply observe our own mind, to be the observer or witness of our mind. Simply observing thoughts, emotions, memories, mental images, observing them as they arise and pass, arise and pass. Now, of course, we don't have a habit of doing that. If something appears in our mind, we tend to automatically do one of two things. The most common thing we do is we identify with what appears and we follow it. Soon as some sort of thought, emotion or memory arises, we latch onto it, we follow it. And we often get caught up in our stories, and we often get overwhelmed by our stories and emotions and memories. And then, of course, sometimes these things are not so pleasant, and we don't know how to deal with them. So the other thing we tend to automatically do if something pops up in our mind is we suppress it. We try to push it back down because sometimes it's unpleasant and we don't know how to deal with it, so we just try to suppress. Both of those reactions are not very helpful to us, because by identifying and following, we're feeding the habit of this garbage coming up, and it'll get stronger and stronger. And then, of course, trying to suppress those things doesn't get rid of them. It's just building up a pressure cooker, which often then explodes at some point. But also by pushing them down and suppressing them, they often manifest as a lot of physical problems in the body. I think a lot of modern day physical illnesses are due to suppressed mental content. And then we also tend to project that negativity onto the people around us. The classic example is if we've got a problem with anger and we don't know how to deal with it, we often just try to suppress our anger, which often manifests as a lot of problems in the neck and shoulder areas, maybe some stomach ulcers. All sorts of physical illnesses can come from suppressed anger. But because we're suppressing it, we can feel the anger. It's there. But because we're suppressing it, we're sort of denying it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of anger, but it's not me. It's them. They're the angry ones. So we project that onto the people around us. So by suppressing is very harmful to us. Now, a lot of modern therapies now are beginning to realize suppressing these things like anger and so forth is harmful to us physically and mentally. But unfortunately, as a solution to that, some modern therapies simply flip to the other extreme. Don't suppress, express, let it out. Of course, if you let it out, temporarily there's some relief, some release of tension. But from a Buddhist perspective, all we're doing is by letting it out, we are simply increasing the habit of getting caught up in it and following it. So from a Buddhist perspective, we don't need to go to that extreme to stop suppression. We can simply do this practice as a solution. Because in this practice, we are simply observing mental events arise and pass. And each time we do that, we're not feeding it. We're not identifying it. We're not following it. So the habit of this garbage coming up will get weaker and weaker and weaker. Often what we do is we don't like it and we try to make our mind still. Go away, go away, go away. But this is aversion and suppression. That's just like throwing petrol on the fire. It's not going to work. So we don't need to fight with our mind to get rid of this or try to get rid of it. All we need to do is stop feeding it. And to stop feeding it is simply this practice. Is just step back and watch. And every time we can watch it arise and pass, we're not feeding it. We're not suppressing it. Our mind over time will naturally become more quiet and still. And then the more we get in the habit of being able to observe the mind, instead of being the slaves of our mind and being overwhelmed by our mind, we're going to become the masters of our mind. Because we're going to get in the habit of being able to observe without getting caught up. Meaning in the future then, if some strong mental event were to arise, we could simply be present with it without becoming overwhelmed. Because if we look at what a thought, emotional memory really is, it's virtually nothing. It has no power in itself. It can't harm us from its own side. The only way that they can harm us is if we do one of two things. Either identify with it and follow it, or try to suppress it. Then we give it power. Then it harms us. So if we do this practice, instead of our mind being our worst enemy, it will become our best friend. We'll become the masters of our mind instead of the slaves of our mind. Many people find this very difficult because it's very subtle and we have a strong habit of always following. But if we can see the benefit of this practice and we persevere with this practice, then we can not only achieve the shamata goal of a calm, clear, focused mind, but we'll also become the masters of our mind. So for this reason, this practice, I think, can be very enormously beneficial in our modern society, because unfortunately in our modern society, many of us are really tormented by our own mind. Our own mind is often our worst enemy. In this practice, we can make it our best friend. There was a question.
It wasn't a question, just I had a lot more backaches 16 years ago when I started practicing. Within 2 years, and it was quite chronic. There was a natural process from the shamata, foundation of that insight meditation, and it released slowly. All the stuff. So it's psychosomatic. And
Yeah.
I'm sure most of us got some story about how it works. And it's a very long journey when we get past the delight of dhyana and shamata. And it's a long haul. But these Buddhas are enlightened. I just wanted to offer some inspiration.
Very good. Thank you.
So, can I, here, when you said identify with,
Yeah.
can you give me an example?
To identify with it means if we have a thought about something, then what's appearing in the mind is a thought about something. You know, maybe it's a thought about a person. And so thoughts can be useful. We need thinking to work. But what we do is, instead of understanding we're having a thought about a person, instead of understanding that, we identify with the object of our thought. We identify person. So we're engaging in person. And so therefore we get caught up in our stories. Like the analogy often given is that the analogy is like a play. You know, what's going on in our mind is like a play. And we can be at the theatre and see the play as a play and enjoy the play. But often if we get caught up in the play thinking it's real, then we're tormented. Same. Thoughts and emotions, we can enjoy and use it and work with them, or we can identify with them like we do in a play sometimes, and then they torment us. So that's what it means to identify.
Can you clarify the meditation on the mind? Is it meditation on the mind itself or meditation on the contents of the mind?
Both. Here we are observing the mind, and the mind is not really a thing, but the mind is like a space where all mental events appear. So the object of this is to observe that space and anything that appears in the space, any mental event. So we're observing the space of the mind plus any thoughts, emotions, memories that appear in that space. So both of those are the object.
So, when you become the observer, you are detached.
Not,
No?
not detached. Personally, I don't like to use the word detached because,
Then you would identify with it and follow it.
right, I mean,
or become tormented by it if you are detached.
right, but see, for me, the way we often use that word in English language, detached, means somehow not connected. No? Completely detached.
But how do you become not identifying something, not feeling
To-
it,
to-
and
you
and
do.
but not tormented by the feelings?
Exactly. And that is to understand it's a thought, it's a feeling, it's a memory, and not to get caught up in what it's about. So we can be fully present in our experience, fully present, fully experiencing it without being overwhelmed, because we're not identifying with it. Like the play, we can be present in a play, it can be very dramatic, and we can enjoy the play, because we're not identifying with the play.
How do one enjoy if one don't identify with
Because to understand it's a joyful moment is not identifying it. To understand this is a play and we can enjoy it. But if we think it's real or we identify with that play, then we get tormented by it. Because we get caught up in a craving and aversion.
So once we identify that we're doing it, do we stop doing it and start again?
That's the start. The starting point is to notice that we're doing that. What the reality, of course, is that we're probably going to continue to do it because we have a strong habit of doing that. I mean, now in our life, we often have some bad habits. And the first way of overcoming the bad habit is to notice the bad habit, because if we don't notice it, what to do? So the first point is to notice that, oh, there's that bad habit. But just noticing it does that mean our bad habit will vaporize overnight? No. But if we notice it, then we can start to do something about it. So here, if we can notice, this is the first part. And what we can do about it is to continually try to simply be aware of it arising and passing more and more and more and more, instead of getting caught up. So we'll find that we'll get less and less and less caught up over time, and eventually we will not get caught up at all. But this is going to be a long process. The more we can do that, the less our mind will torment us. So we're not cutting. That's why I don't like to use the word detach. Because often people
So I'm comparing to the breath, because when you just become aware that you're
distracted, you come back.
So they don't do that with the mind.
If we get caught up in a thought and get carried away, then we let go and come back, yes. But here thoughts are problems. If a thought arises, let it go, come back. Here, thoughts are not problems. What's the problem is grasping onto the thought and following it. That's the problem. So we're not trying to get rid of thoughts here. What we're trying to stop is grasping onto the thought and following it. And to simply see it as a thought. To simply enjoy the movie of our mind. To enjoy the play of our mind without getting caught up in it. So we're not trying to... That's why I don't like to use the word detach. Because often people, when they hear detach, they think, oh, I have to cut. I have to be like a zombie and not react. This is completely unhealthy. So we're not trying to do that. We're trying to be completely present, fully experiencing things without overwhelmed. That's the goal here. Then the third is called awareness of awareness, or sometimes it's called shamata with no object. In this practice, the difference between this and the second is in this practice, we are simply being aware of being aware. Now, if we are, let's say we're focusing on the pen, explicitly we're aware of the pen. Implicitly, we're aware of being aware of the pen. We know that we are aware of the pen, implicitly. But explicitly, we're being aware of the pen. In this practice, we're just becoming explicitly aware of being aware, that we're aware. And therefore, anything that appears, we're not explicitly focusing on that. So in this practice, we're simply resting in the experience of being aware, knowing that we're aware. And any appearances that arise, pay no attention. We're not trying to block anything, but here we're not interested in any appearances. Now, many people find this very difficult because it's subtle, like this one. But another reason people find this very difficult is effectively in this practice, we're doing nothing. And we always want to do something. You know, often people say, what do I got to do in this practice? That's the problem, is doing. This practice is about being aware, just knowing you're aware. That's it. We're not used to doing that. So we're always wanting to do something. So we just stop doing and be present, just to be aware that we're aware. That's it. And the big benefit with this practice is what you will notice is that your mind, your awareness, is completely spacious and completely still. And if we can rest in that experience, then we can stay in that experience in daily life. We can stay in that stillness of mind, that open, spacious stillness of mind, in the midst of whatever's going on in our life, and interact without getting swept away by appearances. So this has enormous benefit. Also, simply by resting in awareness, we can start to intuitively get a sense of the nature of our own mind, which of course is the wisdom practice, the vipashyana practice. So this shamata practice is simply a concentration practice, can be a bridge into the wisdom practice, the vipashyana practice. And personally, I feel that in our modern society we're so caught up in our thoughts and emotions and appearances that in this practice it gives us some space from all of that. We can simply rest in the stillness of mind and not get caught up in all the appearances without blocking them. So here we're not blocking any appearance, we're just not paying attention. So I personally feel this has enormous benefit in our modern society. Now there are of course other objects that we can use, other objects that are mentioned. Sometimes we hear in this practice use a mental image of a Buddha as the object. Many people find this very difficult, very complex visualization. And there are other objects mentioned as well. But I think for many of us, these can have enormous benefit. So there's some of the objects of the shamata practice. Any last questions about any of that?
Just, how do you choose?
Sorry?
Do you choose or?
Oh, how? Yeah. The general recommendation, of course, is use the object that works best for you. So what we can do as a beginner, we can experiment with each one and see how they go. And also, we need to be sort of enthusiastic about the object. Because often what people do is they go to the breath, it's easiest, but then they're completely not interested in it, it's boring, and of course then it's not going to work. So two things we can do. One, of course, is to understand the benefits of the practice, to get enthusiastic in general. And then, of course, as we go deeper into the breath practice, it does become very interesting. And even if these practices are difficult, if we really are enthusiastic about that, that'll help us to move forward. So experiment a little bit, and then find an object that seems to resonate with you, and then stick to that. If we decide we really want to work here, but we can't even begin to get into this practice, what we can do is do this for some weeks or months to get the mind a bit more stable. Then we can move into this practice afterwards. But it's not recommended that like 1 week we do this, next week that, and then something else, keep changing all the time. That's sort of counterproductive. But we can have that approach as well.
Do we consider them, these are like 3 levels? I mean, ultimately, the awareness should be the ultimate target?
No. We can, any one of those objects can get us to shamata. That's the goal of this practice. So we can start with the breath and get to shamata on the breath. We can start here and get to shamata on that. Having said that, sometimes the recommendation is, as I mentioned, is that in the beginning stages, many people find these hard to even start. Then we could start here and get to a certain level, and then we could move on to one of these practices, because now we've got a better basis to do these practices. But we don't have to do this first and then this if we want to achieve shamatha, no. Okay, it's time for a morning tea break. So let's take a 20-minute tea break, and then we'll come back and we'll have a look at this shamata chart in terms of how we progress in this practice in the next session. But 20-minute tea break first. malfunction.
There's a peppermint.
Peppermint, thanks. Sure. Sure. Sure, no problems. Sure. Sure.
Practice. One of the first books I read was by the Dalai Lama on theosophy.
Really are. That's mainly the Vipashyana practice, yes, right. Yeah.
And in that book he writes that as you're meditating on your object, whatever it might be, part of you has to keep attention on whether something's about to arise, a mental event. So I was wondering, I don't know if
That's introspection.
Yeah.
So this introspection, or is a monitoring, and now our introspection is very poor. So we're trying to hold on to an object, and then we get distracted, and then usually seconds or minutes later we recognize, oh, I'm distracted. So then introspection is sort of finally kicking in. As that improves, the time from when we become distracted to when we notice becomes less, and then we're going to notice that in the middle of becoming distracted, oh, I'm starting to become distracted, come back, and then when it's really well developed, we're going to start to notice, oh, something's coming up now, and I think this is what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think, what I was wondering is, are we supposed to, because
proved this, then I'm always tend to be very skeptical. And then when you read the article, they haven't proved anything. They've just found some evidence that may suggest this.
But it seems to be coherent with the Buddhism.
Sure. But again, it's just a
about
theory.
it.
So how valid it is, I don't know. But I find that when they start using the word, it's proved that, I find, well, come on.
Thank you.
Is it true that you can achieve samadhi in the breath, which is samatha without a sign? Or do you need samatha?
Well, I'm not going into the detail here, but the short answer is that if you're using the breath as the object, the physical sensations, at some point during the process, you'll start to get what's called the acquired sign. And then you follow that, which is a mental image related to the element. So you can't technically use the sensations of the breath all the way to shamata.
You get the mental image, that's what I thought.
Acquired sign.
Yeah.
So it's still counted as using the breath, but it's a mental image of the air element.
That's in
As well, and
concentration.
it's also I think Buddha Gosha talks about it as well. The Kali commentator. I think he talks about it. Thank you. So let's now have a look in this session as how, based on this training, using these two tools, focusing on a certain object, how we engage in this training to achieve that level of shamata, the concentration level called shamata. So we can use now our shamata chart for that. And if we go on the back initially, we can see up the top there it says shamata is attained by progressing through the 9 stages, which are these 9 diagrams on the front, which we're going to look at now, relying on 8 antidotes to abandon the 5 faults. This is accomplished through the 6 powers and the 4 mental engagements. So here we see the 5 faults and the 8 antidotes. So let's briefly go through those first. So the first fault here we see is laziness. And it has 4 antidotes. The first antidote here is faith. So in general, of course, in our daily life, we tend to be very lazy with respect to certain activities if we see no benefit in that activity. So similarly here with this shamatha meditation practice, if we don't really appreciate the benefits of the practice, we're probably going to be very lazy when it comes to doing the practice. So the first antidote is faith. And faith here means that by reflecting on the benefits of the practice, we'll have faith in the practice. We'll have faith that this practice will benefit us. So we reflect on various benefits, such as this practice will be able to develop a very stable, clear and focused mind, much less agitation in our life, much less stress, much more effective in everything we do. Instead of being the slaves of our mind, we'll become the masters of our mind. And then, of course, also, if we develop this calm, clear, focused mind, then this is going to be an effective basis for the vipashyana practice, the wisdom practice, which will enable us to overcome all of our mental afflictions and suffering. So if we reflect on these various benefits of this practice, then we're going to have faith in the practice, that the practice will actually bring a lot of benefit. If we have faith in the practice, on that basis, we'll have the second antidote. We'll have aspiration. We'll want to do the practice. And then if we have a lot of aspiration to actually do the practice, we'll slowly have the third antidote, effort. We'll start to put effort into the practice. And the more that we put effort into the practice, the more we'll start to have the fourth antidote, pliancy. Here, pliancy means flexibility or serviceability of body and mind. Now we don't have much physical or mental pliancy. We have a lot of aches and pains in our body, and we have a lot of resistance in our mind to doing the practice. So now both our body and mind are not very flexible or serviceable or pliant. But the more effort we put into the practice and the more we progress on these 9 stages, the more flexible and serviceable our body and mind become. And then really, when we actually achieve the goal of shamata, we really do achieve a high level of physical and mental pliancy. What that really means, I'm going to talk about when we go through these 9 stages, when we get to the last stage. So that's coming, a more extensive explanation of this pliancy. The second fault, question?
For faith,
Yeah,
may I substitute confidence?
sure. Often the word from Tibetan, sometimes people translate it as conviction. Faith, in general in Buddhism we can talk about different types of faith, but often they talk about faith through reasoning and sort of what's called blind faith. So of course here we're not talking about blind faith. We're not talking about, have faith in the practice because the Buddha said it's a good practice to do, but rather by applying our own investigation and reasoning is to see that, if we do these practices, then we will receive these benefits and then have confidence or have conviction in the practice. So yes, you can use that word. The second fault here is forgetfulness. So again, the antidote is mindfulness. So forgetfulness here can be forgetting the instructions or simply forgetting the object. So the antidote here is mindfulness. Again, mindfulness is literally to remember. And here we're talking about remembering the object, being able to hold the object and not become distracted. But then we need we need to monitor that. We need some quality control to notice when we're falling into either dullness or distraction, which here is the third fault, listed here as laxity and excitement. So laxity here is the technical word for this dullness, and excitement here is the most common form of distraction, and we'll see that shortly when we look at the diagram over the page. The most common form of distraction we find in this practice is where we're distracted by something pleasurable, the so-called sense pleasures. So that's why we often see the word excitement, to highlight the fact that the most common form of distraction is that we're pulled away by the something pleasurable. And so the antidote here, of course, is introspection, is this monitoring, this quality control, is monitoring the mindfulness. Are we still on the object, or are we becoming a little bit dull or distracted? So that's introspection. Now, of course, often the saying is prevention is the best cure, that there are things we can do in our meditation practice to help reduce the likelihood of dullness and distraction. One thing that's of course mentioned is posture. That's why there's a lot of emphasis on having a good bodily posture in meditation. Because if we just flop down and meditate, and we're sort of meditating like this, then there's a high likelihood we're going to get very dull and sleepy. So to have the back nice and straight, and also if the head is too high, then maybe we get more agitated. And also the eyes, often is very much recommended in this practice to have them slightly open. Because if we have them closed, that's usually a signal to go to sleep. So if we meditate like this with the eyes closed, again, probably high likelihood we're going to get very dull and have a lot of laxity. Have them slightly open. If we have them too much open, maybe too much light, maybe agitation. So this is something that you can adjust. And also the position of the head is something you can adjust. If you're the sort of person that gets easily dull, I wouldn't recommend eyes closed. And also maybe raise the head a bit. If you're the sort of person that gets easily agitated, then maybe have the eyes a little bit more, not so wide open, and then also lower the gaze. So that's something you can adjust depending on whether you're someone who gets very easily dull or distracted. The amount the eyes are open, and then the head position. But always having the back straight. Also, of course, the conditions of the room important. Because if we're meditating in a room that's too hot or stuffy, then of course we're going to get dull. If it's too much light or too bright, maybe too cold, maybe then some agitation. So that's something we can control a bit. And we can adjust the temperature and light according to, again, our disposition. Also, of course, mentioned in this fact is in terms of when to meditate. Again, if we're meditating after a heavy meal, probably a lot of dullness. Also, unfortunately, the diet, mentioned to have a healthy diet. In our modern society, often we have very unhealthy diet, particularly a lot of sugar intake. And I think too much sugar, of course, is one of the main causes for this epidemic of ADHD in our modern society. So I think if we have too much sugar, that's not going to be very helpful in general and for this practice. And of course, another thing that often people sort of overlook is to get enough sleep. Again, in our modern society, we tend to have very busy lives. We don't have enough time to do everything. So what we tend to cut is the amount of sleep. We cut the corners there, less and less sleep. So if we're not getting enough sleep, there's no way we're going to be effectively meditating. So it's very important to get enough sleep. And also, the key here, the key phrase with this practice is quality over quantity. If we're meditating too long, very high likelihood of dullness and distraction. Very high likelihood. So keep the sessions short as a beginner. How short, of course, will depend on us as an individual, what we can sustain. One way to check is our enthusiasm to meditate the same at the end of the meditation as it was at the beginning? If it's sort of dropping off, we're probably meditating too long. Because if we meditate too long, probably the second half of the meditation, we're just going to get caught up in dullness and distraction, and that's the very thing we're trying to overcome. So if we want to meditate longer, but we can't sustain that, break your session into 2 or 3 smaller chunks with a little break in between. Also very much recommended to have the same amount of time to meditate. 2 reasons for that. One is if we don't have a timer and we sit down to meditate, and then on a particular day things are not going very well, maybe aches and pains in the body, our mind is very agitated, so we're trying, and after about 10 minutes we go, oh, this is just not working, I give up. If we do this, that's not very good, because then we're not developing one quality that we really need to develop, is perseverance. So if we always give up whenever things get a little bit difficult, we're never going to move forward in the practice. So therefore, if we have a timer, and even on days when it's difficult, if we persevere to the end of the timer, we're developing perseverance. So that's very good. On other days, if we don't have a timer and things are going very well, then the tendency can be, oh, going very well today, I'll just keep going. And of course, then we tend to keep going until it's going not so well. And that's when we stop. And the thing we remember most about meditation is how it ended. So if we're always ending in dullness, distraction, frustration, we're going to start to associate meditation with not such pleasant experiences. We're not going to be very enthusiastic or want to meditate again the following day. Whereas if we have a timer and it's going well and then we stop, that's what we remember. And then we'll be more enthusiastic to meditate the following day. So that's some tips on the certain things that we can do as a preventative measure to minimize the likelihood of dullness and distraction. So again, sessions short, good posture, good environment, diet, meals, enough sleep. Things like this, we have some control over those factors. And then if we look at the 4th fault here, we see the 4th fault here is non-application. So that is, what that means is that we have noticed that we've become dull or distracted, but we don't do anything about it. That's a problem. So that's non-application. So of course the antidote is application. Means if you've noticed that your mind is becoming dull or distracted, apply the remedy. Often that simply means reapply mindfulness. Firmly focus your mind on the object again if you've become dull or distracted. The last fault here is over-application. Now, as a beginner, that often doesn't tend to be a big issue. Over-application means that we're actually focusing quite well on the object, but we unnecessarily keep adjusting our focus. So that's a problem. And that could potentially start to become a problem the further we go. The better we start to focus, if we then keep adjusting our focus unnecessarily, that's not helpful. So the antidote here is equanimity. And here equanimity means balance. It means the mind is already balanced, just leave it in that balanced state. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. So this is the fifth fault and the antidote. So these are the 5 faults. So if we apply these 8 antidotes to these 5 faults, it said we can progress along these 9 stages to shamata. So what I'd like to do now is have a look at these 9 stages to shamata. But before I do that, is there any questions about the faults or antidotes?
I'm not clear of what you mean by non-application. It's got a rough idea, but it's not really clear.
It means, like, for example, let's say we're meditating, and then our mind starts to sink a little bit. But that sinking is quite pleasant, and we go, oh, that's nice. And we notice it, and then we stay in that state. That's non-application, because we've noticed that we've become dull, but somehow it feels a bit pleasant, and we go, oh, I'll just stay there. So that's non-application.
So we can get lazy with false qualities.
Yeah, again, often the non-application comes because we get into a state that is not unpleasant. You know, either this pleasant sort of dreamy dullness, or maybe we're sort of focusing on the breath, but mainly our mind is off on a daydream, which is nice, and we notice that and we go, oh, it doesn't matter because I'm still sort of holding on to the breath a little bit in the corner of my mind, but this daydream is quite nice, so I'll just stay there. So that's a bit of a problem. So that's non-application.
Well, that's like watching telly, a good program, isn't it? It's like
And we're going to revisit that point a little bit later in the shamatha chart.
Actually, I'm becoming a bit confused about being calm or dull.
Being
Or dull.
dull, yeah. So for us now,
When you see it's a calmness, and when you see it's dull.
the more will come. I'll give you the short answer now, but more information will come as we look through the 9 stages. But now for us in our life, when we tend to be focused, we tend to be very tight and tense. And when we're quite relaxed now, we tend to be sort of quite dull and half asleep. So what we're trying to do is combine those two. We're trying to be alert and focused and at the same time relaxed. That's something that many of us don't know how to do. Either we're relaxed and very dull, or when we're focused and alert, we're quite tense. So there are degrees of dullness. Heavy dullness, I mean the heavy dullness is with basically falling asleep. Less heavy is that we have become so dull that the sensations of the breath, for example, are not even registering. Less heavy dullness is some vague sensations are registering but quite sleepy. We're still registering something. Less is that the sensations are registering pretty good, but they're not very vivid. And they're only sort of very coarse sensations. And so we can go up many levels of this, and we'll have a look at some of those levels as we go along. So there are many levels of both dullness and agitation. Have a number of levels that as we go, we have to get less and less, eliminate more and more subtle levels of imbalance. As a beginner, we have heavy imbalance, half asleep or completely distracted. But as we go higher and higher, these imbalances become more and more subtle, and we have to be able to notice that to continue to move upward. But we'll talk more about that shortly. Okay. So let's now have a look at this shamata chart. And you'll notice there's a lot of numbers on the front, and so we'll go through those numbers on the back as we go along. And then also I would like to as well refer to a book called I've forgotten the name of the book. It's from Daniel P. Brown, and it's called the Pointing Out the Great Way. It's a Mahamudra textbook, but in that section he talks about the shamata practice, and he gives quite clear descriptions of each of these stages. So I'd like to also read from that as we go along to get a better, clearer picture of each of these 9 stages. But first here, at the first stage here, we see numbers from 1 up to sort of basically 7. And if we look over the back, it says the first stage is attained through the power of hearing. So each of these roads is a power, and each of these powers help us to move along the various stages of shamatha. So the first power, the power of hearing, means first, of course, we need to hear about the practice if we want to do the practice. We need to know what to do. So either we hear some instructions from someone, or we read from a book, we receive some instructions, we can begin the practice. And we see at the first stage here, stage 1 is called setting the mind. And we see here the 2 tools, number 3 and 4, again, the rope of mindfulness in the left hand and the hook of introspection in the right hand. So these are the 2 main tools we use in the practice to do the practice. Then we see number 5 and 6 here. We see that 5 is talking about the flame on the side of the road. And it says here, from here until the 7th stage, the flame progressively decreases in size until it becomes absent. This difference denotes the measure of the strength of effort required regarding mindfulness and introspection, which means now as a beginner, we need to put a lot of effort to be mindful, to be present, a lot of effort to monitor that, because our mindfulness and introspection are not very well developed now. So we need to put a lot of effort there. And then we see the elephant and the monkey here, and it says the elephant is the mind, and the black colour symbolises laxity. So, and then number 7, the monkey, it says the monkey is the proliferation of thoughts. So the monkey is just conceptual thought in general, and the black colour symbolises excitement. So what we see is that the elephant and the monkey are running wildly ahead of us at the first stage. So this first stage of setting the mind, what we notice is that our mind is completely out of control, full of dullness, full of distraction, and very rarely are we on the object. We focus on the object for maybe a few seconds, and then we become completely distracted, often for long periods of time, and finally we recognize that we're distracted and we come back to the object. So let's have a look at how in this book here he talks about this first stage, setting the mind, and then I'll make a little bit of more comment on each. He says, according to a Sangha, and a Sangha was a great 4th century Indian Buddhist master, he says, the 9 stages are likened to a winding road that the meditator walks along. There are 5 bends in the road and 6 straight roads between each bend. So the 6 straight roads are these 6 powers. The 5 bends symbolize difficult transition points, each of which requires application of a special method. The 6 straight roads symbolize the 6 powers of concentrative stability along the way. According to traditional sutra metaphors, the elephant of the ordinary mind is running wildly down the road, being led by the monkey of attachment. So here he's talking about the monkey being attached to the sense pleasures, this excitement. The meditator follows after the elephant with 2 tools, the rope of mindfulness and the hook of introspection. And then he's quoting Tsongkhapa, a great Tibetan master, who says, your mind is like the untamed elephant. You bind it with the rope of mindfulness to the sturdy pillar of an object of meditation. If you cannot keep it there, you must gradually bring it under control by goading it with the iron hook of introspection. On the first straight road, known as the road of hearing, the meditator uses the teacher's instructions to repeatedly place the mind on the intended object. The first of the 9 stages occurs along this road. It is called directing the mind, because the meditator follows the instructions by tying the rope of mindfulness to the intended meditation object and then repeatedly redirecting the mind to the object. At this initial stage, the meditator becomes acutely aware of incessant course-level mental elaboration and tendency to become completely distracted from staying on the object. The meditator has to forcibly place the mind upon the intended object for it to even stay there a short while, and has little control over distraction. The first skills to develop are the skill in recognizing distraction and the skill of recovery from distraction. At this stage, the mind is much more distracted than not. So this is the first sign of progress, is simply to recognize how out of control our mind really is. Now, unfortunately, what happens here is often when we begin the shamata practice, we begin it with a completely unrealistic expectation that we often feel, my mind is not too bad, I think I can focus on the breath sort of okay. I might get a little bit dull and distracted, but I think it shouldn't be that difficult. And of course, then when we sit down to focus on the breath, then, as he said, was within usually a couple of seconds, completely distracted. And then often many minutes later, finally we realize, oh, I'm distracted. Oh yes, I'm supposed to be on the breath. We come back to the breath for a couple of seconds more, and then completely gone again. And so when we have this experience, then often people feel, I just can't meditate. I just can't meditate. And then they often open their eyes a little bit and look around the room, and everyone else is very still, and think, I'm the only one who can't meditate. Everyone else is meditating quite well. I'm completely hopeless. In fact, not only can't I meditate, I must be doing something wrong, because my mind is definitely worse now than before I started meditating. Before I started meditating, my mind was sort of okay, but now since I started meditating, it's got worse. So I can't meditate and I must be doing something wrong. Don't worry. You can meditate, you're doing the practice properly, and you're actually making progress. Because the first sign of progress is simply to recognize how chaotic and out of control our mind really is. Because in the past, we've never looked at our own mind. We've always been looking out. So we've never really appreciated how chaotic and out of control our mind really is. So now we're starting to notice that. So this is actually the first sign of progress. We've made it to step 1. So congratulate yourself that we're actually progressing in the practice. Then, of course, if we continue to practice, we'll go around the corner to stage 2. So this is called the road of thinking or reflecting. And here we have number 9 and 10 and 11. If we look on the back, number 9 is continuous setting. And number 10 says excitement has the 5 sense pleasures as its object. So see, number 10 is next to the bowl of fruit. So that bowl of fruit is symbolizing taste. Next to it we have some silk cloth. That's symbolizing touch. Above that we have 2 round objects, symbols. So that's sound. To the left of that we have a shell, a conch shell with perfume in it. So that's smell. And then diagonally above that we have a round object which is a mirror. So that's visual objects. So these are the 5 sense objects that are the most common form of distraction in our meditation. So that's number 10. And then number 11 says, from here, the black colour progressively becomes white. So we see on the top of the head of the monkey and elephant, a little bit of white now. It says here, this symbolises the factor of clarity and the factor of stability progressively increasing. So at this second stage of practice, we see that the elephant and monkey are not running so fast anymore. A little bit of white on the top of their head. which again is symbolizing a little bit of stability and clarity is starting to come in our practice. So much so that by stage 2, we're going to notice periods in our meditation where our mind now seems to settle down a little bit. And maybe we can hold the object a little bit longer, maybe even up to a minute or two before we're distracted. But even here, when we're distracted, we often are distracted for long periods of time. So even at stage 2, we tend to be more off the object than on the object. Question?
Just, are we aiming to sit the whole of the time without distraction?
Right. So again, the goal of shamata practice is to develop a stable, clear mind. To be able to sit there and focus on the object without really any hint of dullness or distraction the entire session. So this is the goal, ultimately. Of course, we need to work towards that goal, and so that's what we're looking at, how to work towards that goal. So now, of course, at stage 2 of the practice, now we're starting to, our mindfulness is getting a little bit better. We'll be able to focus a bit better on the object, maybe a minute or two, and then we get distracted, but often we're distracted for long periods of time. So let's have a look at what Daniel Brown says about the second stage of practice in the book here. He says, the second straight road is called the road of reflection because the meditator thinks about and has applied the teacher's instructions in such a way as to reflect as if in a mirror the instructions directly in the experiences that unfold in the mental continuum. So here in the second stage, now the meditator is really reflecting more and more about the practice and starting to get more and more into the practice. This road corresponds to the second stage called continuously directing the mind. At this stage, the meditator is still easily distracted, yet is able to apply the rope of mindfulness to the intended object with some success. Nevertheless, some force must still be applied to bring the mind back. At this stage, both the duration of staying on the object and duration of getting lost in mental elaboration are increased. The skills arising out of this stage are the achievement of some continuity of staying and a marked reduction in mental elaboration. So again, we're going to notice at the second stage, our mind is starting to settle down a little bit, and we're starting to be able to hold the object a little bit longer, maybe a minute or two. Then, of course, if we continue to work on our practice, we'll go around to stage 3 and 4. So the third road is called the road of mindfulness. So in stage 3 and 4, now our mindfulness is getting a lot better. And we see that now that the rope of mindfulness is actually tied to the elephant in the mind. So by stage 3, now we can hold the object longer periods, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, before we become distracted. And now also we quickly recognize we're distracted instead of long periods before we recognize that. And that's symbolized by the elephant turning the head backwards. It means when we're distracted, we quickly recognize that now and we quickly come back to the object. But now what we see is at the third stage, the rabbit has come into the picture. The rabbit is symbolizing this subtle dullness, subtle laxity. Because by the third stage, now we can hold the object quite well and wait for 5 or 10 minutes, and then when we're distracted, we quickly come back. So it seems like we're really progressing very well, and our mindfulness is getting a lot better, but still we have a lot of work to do in the quality of our attention. You may have noticed already as a beginner, you try to focus on the breath, and then at the same time you're thinking about breakfast, or thinking about what you're going to do that day. So even though maybe you're holding the breath and you're not completely distracted from the breath, there's still a lot of background noise going on. So this is what we're starting to talk about here. And also, even though we're focusing on the holding the breath, the sensations that we're focusing on are not very clear. there's something there, but the sensations are not very clear. So we need to recognize that even though we're focusing on the sensations, a lot of background noise, plus the sensations are not very clear. There's sort of a bit vague. So that's the subtle rabbit. The rabbit is to notice that our focus on the sensations is not sharp, not clear. We need to improve that. Stage 4, close setting. Now we can hold the object the entire session without ever completely losing it, but still we've got a lot of work to do in terms of the quality of our focus. So there's a few numbers for these on the back. So if we go to number 12, it said the third and fourth stages are attained through the power of mindfulness. So due to our mindfulness really improving a lot, we can move to the third and fourth stage. Third stage is called resetting. So again, the rabbit is subtle laxity. From here, one can individually identify coarse and subtle laxity. So we need to start to pick up the fact that we have this subtle dullness to be able to adjust and overcome that. And then it says, number 15, looking back means that having recognized the mind has wandered, it is again directed back to the object. So again, by stage 3, we quickly recognize our distraction and come back quickly to the object. And then stage 4, close setting. Now, at stage 4, we never completely lose the object. So let's have a brief look at what is being mentioned in the book here about stage 3 and 4. He says, the third and fourth of the 9 stages, resetting and setting closely, correspond to the third straight road known as the road of mindfulness, because now the meditator rarely completely loses track of the object. At the resetting stage, the meditator is able to recognize distraction more immediately after it has occurred and is able to redirect the mind back to the intended object with less forcible effort. Recovery of focus occurs shortly after becoming distracted. There is much greater continuity to the mind's ability to stay on the object over time. The main problem at this stage, however, is the problem of patchy or partial staying, in which part of the mind stays on the object while the rest of the mind engages in mental elaborations, thinking about other things. Therefore, the meditator is at risk of developing the illusion of staying continuously on the meditative object. Redirecting the mind, intensifying to stay on the intended object, and or focusing on more refined details of the object are typical methods for overcoming patchy staying. The resultant staying is both more continuous over time and more complete, less patchy at any given moment. At the fourth stage, staying closely, the meditator has developed very powerful mindfulness. So staying is relatively continuous and complete, and he or she rarely fully loses track of the object. It is called staying closely because staying is more complete, less partial. The main problems at this stage are coarse flightiness and dullness and their derivatives, sleepiness and heaviness. Coarse level dullness actually seems to increase at this stage because concentration is much more inward than outward. So that's stage 3 and 4. So again, stage 3 and 4, our mindfulness is getting a lot better, and by stage 4 we can hold the object the entire session without ever completely losing it. But still we have a lot of work to do in terms of the quality of our attention. Any questions about stage 3 or 4? Yeah.
Can you elaborate on staying inward and outward?
So now, due to our mindfulness getting much better, now we're really more focused on the object. So that's more inward. Outward is distraction. So the metaphor that's sometimes given here is that early on, let's say we're focusing on the breath. Early on in our practice, often what happens is we are mainly focused on thinking about all sorts of things, but in the corner of our mind we're still holding on to a little bit of the breath. So there we're more outward than inward. But by stage 4, now the balance is starting to shift. Is that by stage 4, the main focus is the breath, and a little bit in the corner of the mind is the other mental chit-chat. Whereas initially the chit-chat was central and the breath was a little bit in the corner. But the balance is shifting now. We're getting more and more inwardly focused on the object, and the outward, the chit-chat is becoming more periphery. That's what it means here. Anything else? Okay. So then, if we continue practice, we'll go around to stage 5 and 6. 5 and 6 here are the road here is the road of introspection. So remember, by stage 4, we can hold the object the entire session, but we still got a lot of work to do on this sort of chit-chat, agitation, and also being a little bit dull. So now we are really fine-tuning our attention. And so introspection really becomes very central here. So we see in stage 5 and 6 now the hook of introspection is very prominent. And often here the analogy given is the analogy of a guitar string. If a guitar string is too tight or too loose, it doesn't play well. Likewise, if our mind is too tight or too loose, it doesn't focus well. So here we are fine-tuning our focus. Because if we're a bit loose in our concentration, we're drifting into a little bit of dullness. If we're too tight in our concentration, we're getting a bit agitated. So we're constantly, like tuning a guitar string, we are fine-tuning the balance, overcoming more and more subtle levels of imbalance. So this is really a lot of the activity here on stage 5 and 6.
Why don't you say sitar string instead of a guitar? And the origin of the Western guitar through Iran is the sitar, by the way. I've been told.
Because a lot of Westerners often don't know what a sitar is.
Well, tell them.
So if we look at stage 5 and 6, there's only a few numbers there. It's called disciplining and pacifying. So disciplining and pacifying is again to discipline the mind and pacify these little imbalances. And it said, and then we go back. There's number 17 to 20. We have to go through. So number 17 says, the 5th and 6th stages are attained through the power of introspection. So now our introspection is getting better and better and better, picking up more and more subtle degrees of agitation and dullness. And then number 18 says, the potential for excitement to arise prior to the meditation is weakened. So we don't have such a strong, because now our mind is becoming more inward, less of this sort of agitation, excitement for the sense pleasures. Number 19 is very interesting. Number 19 is the monkey in the tree holding some fruit. So it says here, number 19 is, since virtuous thoughts are an interruption at the time of shamata meditation, it is necessary to stop them. At other times it is not necessary. So what it's saying here is that if we are in the middle of our shamata practice and observing the object, whatever that may be, and then all of a sudden some very virtuous thought comes up, if we entertain that thought at that time, it's a distraction. We need to let it go and come back to the object. Of course, outside of shamatha practice, we need to actively cultivate virtuous thoughts. And you're going to find this is going to become more and more common in the shamatha practice. As the mind settles down, becomes more quiet, still and focused, you're going to find this occurring more frequently, that not only virtuous thoughts will pop up, but great ideas will pop up. Solutions to problems will spontaneously pop up. Maybe problems that you've been thinking about for a long time and no solutions come. All of a sudden in the middle of your shamatha meditation, boom, there's the answer. What this is saying is that's not the right time to entertain these thoughts. If they come up, then simply go, okay, great solution or great idea, I'll attend to that after the meditation, and then go back to the practice. If you're worried about forgetting this great idea or solution, have a little notepad there and jot down 1 or 2 key words and leave it till later. Because otherwise, you'll find that a lot of these ideas, great ideas, will come up, and if every time it comes up you go into that, then it's just another distraction. So just let it go, go back to the object. And then number 20 says, Due to introspection, the mind does not fall into scattering, and through being uplifted is drawn into concentration. Now, the stage 5 and 6, the practice starts to become much more joyful because it's much more inward and the mind is being much more uplifted through the practice. So let's have a look at stage 5 and 6 here, what he says in the book. He says, the 5th and 6th stage of the 9 stages, disciplining and calming, correspond to the 4th straight road, the road of introspection. The 3 turns between each of the first 4 straight roads are negotiated by the flame of intensifying. Intensifying is vitally important because it affects the shift from the road of hearing to the road of reflecting, from the road of reflecting to the road of mindfulness, and from the road of mindfulness to the road of introspection. Once attaining the road of introspection, the meditator rarely loses track of the object. Along this road, concentration is pleasurable and uplifting, and at times intensely blissful. During the 5th stage, disciplining, course-level flightiness settles down, but subtle dullness is very strong. Therefore, the meditator needs to use introspection to recognize it. So that's the rabbit at stage 5. So we need to recognize more and more subtle levels of dullness.
Let's just getting confused by reflecting and introspection.
So introspection is quality control. So introspection here is monitoring if we're becoming a little bit dull or distracted. Earlier, the word reflection was to simply reflect on the practice, to understand the practice better, to understand better what to do to move forward in the practice. So here, introspection is simply to notice if we're still clearly on the object or not. That's all. That's all that introspection is doing here. Subtle dullness is very strong at stage 5. Therefore, the meditator needs to use introspection to recognize it and to use intensification to eradicate it in a disciplined manner. The practitioner must stay very alert and keep the mind bright and sharp. At the 6th stage, calming, subtle dullness has disappeared. So we see the rabbit is gone now. So there's no longer subtle dullness by stage 6 is not a problem anymore. But subtle flightiness, subtle agitation remains a problem, in part because the ordinary mind remains habitually attached to sensory experiences, in part because the meditative mind has become attached to the uplifting sense of the road of introspection. So remember those qualities that, particularly the bliss, it's very easy to get some craving and attachment coming in. And in part because in order to get this far, the practitioners held the mind very tightly. Thus, at this stage, the skill is to calm subtle flightiness or subtle agitation. So this is stage 5 and 6. Any questions about stage 5 or 6? Yeah.
Is it significant in the diagram that the monkey is pictured in front of the elephant and the monkey now rather than chasing it?
Well, the meditator, see, by stage 5 and 6 is ahead of both of them.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that means now the meditator is more in control of the elephant, of the mind and the agitation. So now, prior to that, there was still a lot of those imbalances were really driving the meditator. But now, by stage 5, now we're more in control, and we're now being able to direct the elephant to the mind and the agitation. So I think that's symbolizing that fact that they're behind the meditator now. The meditator is more in control of this than previously. And we see by stage 7, of course, and 8, then where the rabbit is gone, we're saying goodbye to the monkey, so then things get even more calmed down. Anything else? Okay, then let's go to stage 7 and 8 now. So this road is called the road of effort, or sometimes called the road of enthusiasm or perseverance. And if we look at the numbers on the back there, he said the 7th and 8th stage are attained through the power of effort. Stage 7 is called thorough pacifying. At this stage, it is difficult for subtle laxity or excitement to arise, and even if they do arise a little, they are immediately eliminated with the slightest effort. The black colour of the elephant is gone, and that's number 25, which is actually stage 8. So by stage 7 now, we're seeing slowly goodbye to the subtle dullness and the subtle agitation of the monkey. There are hardly any black left on the back of the elephant, and saying goodbye to the monkey, meaning now if there's any slight hint of subtle dullness or subtle agitation, we can immediately dispel them. And then by stage 8, now there's no black on the elephant, the monkey's gone. Now there's no hint of any problem of subtle dullness, subtle agitation. And all that we need at stage 8 now is simply a little bit of effort to start the meditation, and then it really becomes spontaneous. So number 25 and 26 says the following. Number 26, of course, stage 8 is making one-pointed. Now the mind becomes one-pointed, becomes single-pointed on the object without any hint of subtle dullness, subtle agitation. And here then, number 25 says, the black colour of the elephant is gone and there's no monkey. This means that in dependence on initially applying a little mindfulness and introspection, the mind can engage continuously in concentration without any potential of being interrupted by laxity, excitement or thoughts. So now at stage 8, the mind is single-pointedly on the object without any hint of subtle dullness, subtle agitation. Mind is very calm and peaceful, and we just need a bit of effort to start the meditation, and then it becomes sort of effortless. So here let's have a look what it says in the book about stage 7 and 8. The 7th and 8th stage of the 9 stages correspond to the 5th straight road, the road of perseverance. Along the road, the meditator has sustainable energy to continue meditating for long periods without distraction or fatigue, without any flightiness or dullness. At the 7th stage, thorough calming, neither subtle flightiness or dullness pose any real risk, but the meditator is still distracted by these states. Both mindfulness and introspection operate automatically with little need to do anything to bring them about. During the 8th stage, one-pointedness, effort is only needed to set up the meditation session, but then it becomes automatic after that. At this point, the meditator is confident that easing up on the effort will not cause distraction from the intended object, nor will subtle dullness or flightiness be a problem. Concentration is never interrupted moment by moment for the entire meditation session and flows continuously and automatically. Sounds pretty good. Any question about 7 or 8?
Have we experienced it? I think some of us, quite a lot of us have. Just to remember it's possible and are we willing to increase it?
Yeah, one thing we need to remember, of course, is what does it mean to be at any particular stage? It means that if that is our normal average experience, that's what it means to be at a stage. Like, let's say stage 3. Stage 3 means on average we can focus 5 or 10 minutes on the object, and if we become distracted we quickly come back. If that's our normal average experience, we're at stage 3. Some days maybe we can focus for the entire session quite clearly. Some sessions maybe we get a little bit more distracted. So there's a sort of range there. But if our average experience is that level, that's what it means to be at a particular level. So we can have like peak experiences that may be 1 or 2 and maybe even 3 stages above where we really are. And sometimes on days we can have experiences that are sort of 1 or 2 below where we are. But that's sort of what it means to be at a particular level. Okay, let's go to stage 9 now. Stage 9 now is in the cave there, and it says stage 9 is attained through the power of familiarity, and it's called setting in equipoise. Equipoise here means completely balanced. Now everything becomes spontaneous, effortless. So let's see what it says in the book about this. He says, the 9th stage, equanimity or balance, corresponds to the 6th road, the road of mastery. At this final stage, staying is complete and continuous, and events arise with intense clarity. It is also effortless and spontaneous, and great mental pliancy is developed. Mastery of both the 9-stage and mental pliancy leads to mastery over calming or staying practice. So he's talking now about moving into the next stage of actually shamata. And so then now he's starting to talk about moving from the 9th stage to shamata. Shamata is the diagram in the middle at the top, and we see the meditator is flying through the sky. So that is symbolizing physical pliancy, this flexibility or serviceability of body. And it's said that when we achieve shamata, our body feels light like cotton, symbolized by flying through the sky. And then the meditator's riding on the elephant to the mind. So that's mental pliancy, meaning now we can direct the mind to whatever we want without any resistance whatsoever. So that's what he's now talking about here. He says, mastery of both the 9th stage and mental pliancy leads to mastery over calming staying practice. The signs of genuine mastery include continuous meditative stabilization during both waking and sleep, being done with coarse level appearances and negative emotional states during meditation, the sense of having acquired a new body upon waking from meditation, the occurrence of pure illusion-like appearances and meditative visions. So what I'd like to do now is also briefly describe how we transition from this 9th stage to actually shamatha. What does this achieving mental and physical pliancy, what does that sort of look like? And here I'd like to read a little bit from a book called Attention Revolution from Alan Wallace. There's a very clear description of what this process is. Following the realization of the 9th attentional stage, you are primed to achieve shamatha. The 9 preceding stages entail many incremental changes, but the actual accomplishment of shamatha involves a radical transition in your body and mind. You will be like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. This shift is characterized by specific experiences that take place within a discrete, relatively brief period of time. According to accounts from the Indo-Tibetan tradition of Buddhism, the first sign of the achievement of shamatha is the experience of a sense of heaviness and numbness on the top of the head. This allegedly happens to anyone who experiences this transition, regardless of the specific method followed. It is said to feel as if a palm were being placed on the top of your head. It is not unpleasant or harmful, just unusual. Something remarkable must be taking place in the cortical region of your brain at this point, but so far no one has monitored the brain correlates of this shift using magnetic resonance imaging or an electroencephalograph. This physical sensation on the top of the head is symptomatic of a shift in your nervous system or network of vital energies that is correlated with gaining freedom from mental dysfunction, a general state of mental imbalance characterized by stiffness, rigidity, and unwieldiness. Consequently, you achieve a state of mental pliancy in which your mind is fit and supple like never before. From a contemplative perspective, when the mind is dysfunctional, it is prone to laxity and excitement. It is hard to generate enthusiasm for healing the afflictions of your mind or for devoting yourself to virtuous mental activity. Once you are free of such mental dysfunction, you can focus your mind without resistance on any meaningful object or task, and such a mind is now set to be fit or serviceable. This is the key to achieving optimal mental performance. So again, the mental pliancy symbolized by the meditator riding on the elephant to the mind. We can turn our mind to whatever we want without any resistance whatsoever. Then he says, following this sense of pressure on the top of your head, you experience the movement of vital energies moving in your body. And when they have coursed everywhere throughout your body, You feel as if you are filled with the power of this dynamic energy. You are now freed of physical dysfunction, so your body feels buoyant and light like never before. So that's symbolized by the person flying through the sky, the physical pliancy. Both your body and mind are now imbued with an exceptional degree of pliancy, which makes them remarkably fit for engaging in all kinds of mental training and other meaningful activities. When mental pliancy initially arises, the vital energies catalyze an extraordinary sense of physical bliss, which then triggers an equally exceptional experience of mental bliss. This rush of physical and mental rapture is transient, which is a good thing, for it so captivates the attention that you can do little else except enjoy it. Gradually it subsides, and you are freed from the turbulence caused by this intense joy. Your attention settles down in perfect stability and clarity. You have now achieved shamata. Sounds pretty good. Any questions about the chart?
Second, that is also enlightenment.
Sorry?
Is it also enlightenment?
No. So remember, the goal here is to develop a calm, clear, focused mind. What we're going to see in the next session, when we start to look at these 9 levels, in the levels of samadhi, is shamatha is the first of those 9 levels. And the higher and higher level we develop, the more we subdue our mental afflictions. Even with shamata, as it was said, is that when we come out of meditation, then because of that clarity and stability of mind, often our mental afflictions like anger and jealousy and craving are sort of subdued, meaning it's hard for them to come up, and if they come up they're very weak and they don't last a very long time. So at the time of the Buddha it was felt that all we need to do is develop higher levels of concentration or samadhi to more and more pacify the mental afflictions, and then eventually we could achieve liberation through going higher and higher in the concentration. And so Prince Siddhartha did all that. He got to the highest level and he found that yes, it can sort of subdue the mental afflictions, but it's not eliminating them. So this is not the road to liberation. So what he discovered was what's missing is wisdom. Is that if we want to get rid of the mental afflictions, not just sort of keep the lid on them, we need to eliminate the underlying cause of the mental afflictions, which is ignorance, is the false view of reality. So if we want to eliminate mental afflictions and really achieve liberation, we need to engage in the wisdom practice, the vipashyana practice, to come to realize the nature of reality. So these concentration practice is to develop a stable, clear mind to be the basis to use that in our vipassana practice, to come to penetrate the nature of reality. Then we can achieve liberation from suffering and mental afflictions.
That means there's still a long journey transition.
Sure.
Okay.
But yeah, and so that's what Prince Siddhartha discovered, was simply developing higher and higher levels of concentration was good, but it's not going to get us out of suffering. It'll just keep the lid on the mental afflictions and suffering a little bit. Any other questions?
Elaborate on physical.
Yeah. So physical pliancy is, again, now we have a lot of aches and pains in our body, and a lot of, it creates obstacles in our meditation. Physical pliancy is there is a, as he mentioned, there is this complete sort of rebalancing of subtle energies in the body that we go through, this transition that creates this bliss. And then after that our subtle energies are balanced, which means then now we can sit for hours without really having any problems in the body. That's physical pliancy.
Not presumably if you've got some identifiable physical condition that would...
So one of the things is that there's a difference between some sort of sensations in the body versus some sort of agitation and suffering. And that often what happens is that if we have some injury in the body or some discomfort in the body, then often what we do is when we see that, our mental afflictions go, oh, I don't like that, go away. Then it becomes a problem. And then that induces a lot of suffering. And then we experience a huge more discomfort than what's actually there. So a lot of that will dissipate even before we get shamata. That what we will find is that we'll start more and more not to develop aversion to anything that's going on in the body, and thereby not induce a lot of unnecessary hardship and suffering in the body. Like an example was, really to highlight, and then it's time for lunch, is some years ago I had a young lady, I think she was from Canada, in her 20s, came to a course in Dharamsala, and 10 years or more, I think she was 10 or 12, she had a problem with the vertebrae, so they had to fuse two vertebrae together, which meant she had restricted movement. But she was so concerned that that would impede on the quality of her life that she experienced constant discomfort and pain in her neck, constant, since that time, for 10 years. She came to the course, and we talked, in the course we talked a bit about Buddhist philosophy, but also meditation, particularly the shamata practice, just mindfully being aware, mindfulness of breathing and so forth. And when she started to do that, she could notice some restricted movement in the neck, but because she was just then looking at what's there and not going, oh, that's going to cause me a problem, then from day 3, she said for the very first time since they fused the vertebrae, she had no pain in her neck for the rest of the course, because she talked to me at the end of the course. She said, for the last 7 days I've had no pain in my neck since they fused. She said she had previous constant pain. Of course she still had obviously some sort of restriction in movement, but she wasn't going, oh, problem, go away. So therefore, it wasn't creating any problem for her. So this is one thing that we will start to experience.
So she didn't pick up her bed and walk, as it were. She took a different mental attitude.
Correct. So what you will find is a lot of the physical discomfort and suffering we experience is self-induced, because we don't want that. And this shamatha practice is going to help us to reduce that. And particularly if we get to shamatha, we will find that this radical transition of subtle energies in the body, it's like I said, your body will feel light like cotton, even if you have some restriction from some injury. It won't be a problem. Yeah.
Just a quick technical confirmation. The 5 roads, was it?
The 5?
The 5 roads.
Oh, roads, 6 roads, yeah.
Oh, 6, sorry,
Yeah.
6 roads. So I thought
Yeah.
road of thinking was that at stage 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Road,
they're all mentioned on the back here.
oh, is it?
Yeah,
The actual roads.
yeah,
On the,
yeah.
sorry.
And also on your levels
Oh,
of
it's the
samadhi
same as
chart.
powers.
Yeah, it's a
All
power.
powers.
The road is the power. Yeah,
It's a good question.
sure.
The Dalai Lama once said that through meditation we can access powerful memories of previous lives.
That's right.
The hell realms and the ghost realms. Is that achieved through shamatha?
Well, you're going to get the answer to that in the next session. That's one of the topics in the next section, so I'll leave it till then.
You mentioned the powers thing. You didn't mention this is the 4 mental engagements.
Right, the 4 mental engagements is a little bit, it's related to how we are engaging in the object. And what we saw over the first 2 stages is we need to put a lot of effort into focusing, a lot of effort. So that's what's called forceful engagement over the first 2. And then we saw from stage 3 mindfulness is getting better, but right up until stage 7 we saw that we're constantly addressing imbalances, that our focus is constantly being interrupted by dullness or distraction. So then up from stage 3 up till 7 is called interrupted engagement. That our focus is constantly being interrupted at more and more subtle levels. Stage 8 we saw was single pointed attention. So now there's no problem with any distraction or dullness. So this is called, stage 8 is called, it's called uninterrupted engagement. Now it's not, our engagement in the object is not interrupted at all. And then stage 9, we saw everything was spontaneous and effortless. So that's effortless engagement. So those are the 4 engagements. First a lot of force, then interruption, then uninterrupted, and then spontaneous or effortless.
One last quick question.
You're quick and then we need lunch.
Why do you number in increasing?
Sorry?
Why do you do your numbering from decreasing order?
Because it's to sort of show this is the upward way. We're going up. I mean, you can present this chart in either order, but it's to show that this is the basis for the one above. Yeah, so it's got moving up. So this is the base, we're moving up to higher levels of concentration, symbolized that way. Quick question, and then we stop for lunch. Sure. Yes, I was going to introduce that in the last session because this is vipashyana practice. So on the basis of a calm, clear mind, we engage in vipashyana practice. We investigate naturality. So now, of course, we need effort to do that investigation, so hence the flame. But that's coming in the last session. Okay, let's break there for lunch and come back at 2:10. So you've got just under an hour, and we'll start again at 2:10. Enjoy your lunch.
Everybody please sign in with the objects are ready to go.
Okay.
Which is the book?
This one, yeah.
That one, thank you.
That's the one I've been referring to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just give me 2 or 3 minutes, I'll be ready lunch.
Yeah. I've got plenty of things to do here, so no problems. No, I'll grab some after lunch. Kerry's making some lunch, thanks. Benefiting sentient beings. No, you see, the thing is smart. It's looking ahead for climate change. It'll be too hot in Bristol. Maybe not.
And also, people just as an explanation, I think the 3 houses really get to see every one of the people who secondary shall I make you a cup of tea? Yeah, we're not used to that.
on. He said, are you sure you don't want to criticism? And then he said,
That
yes,
never
of
happened
course.
in Bristol. Get out, have a look
It's
and
like,
buy it or get out.
Are you really interested? Yeah, and yeah, I'm just, you know, it could be a complete, you know, rejection from the I mean, it's where both when you're not anything new, we're both learning. So it isn't.
Back to the roots.
Yeah, it happens things like that. Yeah, well, it's absolutely go ahead. Talk to all. Well, yeah, I was thinking that prospect the role of that up, another group of people coming in and discovering all the neighbours. Oh, we bought a house in such a well, when we come up from why did we there's a lot of people here down in Glen, they say they're not moving close it comes on, that's where we'll go. And we can know what you visit, you know, the rooms now cleaning up, pop in for a cup of tea now. Oh, we've already sussed out some of the local work. Well, I honestly don't know. Yeah, Mr. Chris, yeah, the movement is inviting from groups that still stuff to learn. A69. Yeah, that's the level it's on. And then there's the A68, which is just the one side. That's at borders.
Not so far from some good.
In fact, actually, that was well, that's shorter. That's a shorter commute. Hello. Oh.
Yeah, but it's fresh air.
You're trying to build yourself up to the yes, you see.
Successfully weather.
I think it'll be hopefully be warmer there.
No, it's just, I just thought fresh air. So I was just telling you that.
Yes, thank you.
So that you know where you like to come.
In this session, I'd like to move on the basis of the shamata, which we've now looked at a little bit, look at how we can move through these other 8 levels of samadhi. But before I begin, I think again, let's start with a very brief, short meditation to relax the body, relax the mind, and put ourselves in a good mental state to do the discussion. So let's start with a short meditation. As always, we begin by preparing the body, adopting a good posture, so keeping the back nice and straight. Allow your awareness to descend into the body, becoming aware of sensations throughout the body. And using the out-breath to relax and release any tightness or tension in any part of the body. Allowing the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. Allowing the breathing to flow naturally and effortlessly. Not trying to control or regulate the breath in any way. setting the mind in a state of ease and relaxation. Not dwelling in the past, not anticipating the future. Simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Wherever you most easily notice any sensations associated with the breathing. Using the rope of mindfulness, tie your mind to the object of the sensations of the breath. And using the hook of introspection to monitor that, noticing if you're becoming dull or distracted. Notice you've become distracted. The first thing to do is simply to relax and then release the distraction and very gently return to focusing on the breath. So relax, release and return. Each time you notice you've become distracted. noticing that you're simply becoming dull and spaced out, then use the in-breath as an opportunity to arouse and refresh your focus on the breath. And then once again we can reflect on our motivation for attending these sessions here today. And then try to set the best possible motivation. And keeping this motivation in mind, we can continue our discussions together. So if we look at the this 9 levels of samadhi chart, so remember samadhi is the Sanskrit word for concentration. So we can develop many levels of concentration, and here we've identified 9 levels. It's in the shaded areas here. We see shamata, and then the 8 other labels we're going to look at now is what's called the 4 concentrations, or in Sanskrit dhyana, and then the 4 absorptions, or in Sanskrit samapattis. And in the previous session we saw that to achieve shamata we go through these 9 levels or stages here. The 9 mental abidings we see at the bottom of your diagram. And we see that they belong to what's called the desire realm. So now the type of existence that we find ourselves in is within what's called the desire realm. A realm of existence that is mainly dominated by craving, attachment, desire. And so both our body and mind, of course, are existing within this desire realm now. As we go through these 9 stages to shamata, and our mind becomes more stable, more clear, more refined, then when we actually achieve shamata, our mind has now actually transcended the desire realm. Even though the physical body we have, of course, is still within the desire realm, the mental state now is a state that has transcended the desire realm. So the mind of shamata is belonging to this form realm level of existence. And to talk a little bit about that, I'd like to read a little bit from Alan Wallace's book, Attention Revolution. He says, in Buddhism, all ordinary states of human consciousness, while awake or asleep, are said to belong to the desire realm, which is so called because this dimension of consciousness is dominated by sensual desires. All the 9 stages leading up to shamata, the achievement of shamata, also belong to this realm. And it is only with the achievement of the mental and physical pliancy of shamata that you gain access to the form realm. This is a subtle dimension of consciousness that transcends the realm of the physical senses, similar in some respects to the world of pure ideas envisioned by Plato, or the archetypal world hypothesized by Jung. Upon gaining access to the form realm, your consciousness continues to be structured by very subtle concepts that stem from a deeper source than the human psyche. And so what we see then is, in that state of shamatha, this is actually the basis for developing higher levels of samadhi, of concentration. So we can see here that the next level that we've identified here is what's called the first dhyana. Dhyana, Sanskrit word, often translated as 4 concentrations. So there are 4 higher levels of concentration, these 4 dhyanas that we can cultivate. And we cultivate them by going through these 7 preliminary preparations, they're called here. The first of which is shamata. And what we do here is that on the basis of shamata, we begin to investigate, and we see that the desire realm mind or state is very coarse. Mental afflictions, physical suffering, and we start to view the form realm as a state of peace, a state that goes beyond those coarseness of the desire realm. So that's what we're doing in the second of these 7 preparations, called here individual knowledge of the character is the full term. And the description next to it says, seeing form realm as peace. So now we are seeing the lower level, the desire realm, as a very coarse state, mental afflictions, physical suffering and so forth, and that the higher state, this state being of course the first dhyana, the first concentration, as a state of peace, a freedom from the coarseness of the desire realm. So this investigation is actually a type of vipassana practice, because we are starting to gain this insight. Then we unify shamata and vipashyana. So that's the next of the 7 preparations, called arisen from belief. Union of shamata and vipashyana is that we now unify our very stable mind with this mind of vipasshyana that sees the higher level, the first concentration, as peaceful versus the desire on this very coarse state. And now that we've unified shamata and vipashyana, now we can start to transcend the mental afflictions of the desire realm. So what we see here is that we can divide the mental afflictions into sort of 9 levels. And each one has 3 levels, like coarse, subtle, very subtle. So here at the 4th of the 7 preparations, called thorough isolation, it says abandoning 3 great levels. So now, due to this vipassana practice, we are now starting to transcend or go beyond the 3 most coarse levels of mental afflictions of desire, and we're starting to transcend those by seeing the upper level as peaceful. And we continue that in the 5th of the 7 preparations, called joy withdrawal, where now we are starting to transcend the 3 sort of middling levels of mental afflictions within the desire realm. And at this point it seems like we've transcended all the mental afflictions of the desire realm. So at the 6th of the 7 preparations, called analysis, we're now investigating, we're now checking, have we actually gone beyond or transcended all the levels of mental afflictions of desire realm? And we come to see that there's still some subtle level of mental afflictions that we haven't transcended. And so that is the 7th preparation, final training. In that we are now going beyond or transcending the 3 most subtle levels of mental afflictions of the desire realm. And once we transcend that, then we achieve this first dhyana, the first concentration here. And with that, we have a number of factors. So we see that here, in that first jhana, we've gone beyond this mental unhappiness, particularly this due to mental afflictions of the desire realm. And now, if we look at the other handout we have here, the 4 concentrations, we see that we have the 4 levels, the 4 jhanas here, and each one of them has a basis, and of course the basis of all of them is the single-pointed meditative stabilization, the single-pointed mind, and each one has an antidote to overcome the lower level. So here we see the antidote is investigation analysis. Through that investigation analysis, we've gone beyond or transcended the mental afflictions of the desire realm. In particular here, it talks about freedom from the malice, this very negative state of mind of the desire realm. And because we've transcended these, we have this benefit branch that now in the first concentration, the first jhana, we have this joy and bliss arising in our mind. So this is the first jhana. Now, if we look at the bottom of the chart there, it talks about the 5 obstructions. So these are 5 things which obstruct, it says here, obstruct the meditative absorption of the concentrations. So these are things that obstruct us in our concentration practice, in our shamata practice, in our practice of striving to achieve these higher levels. So the first one is this aspiration for desire realm. So this again is like the sensual craving. Then malice, this negative state of mind of ill will and ill intent. Sleep and lethargy, excitement and regret, and then doubt or uncertainty. So all of these 5 obstructions obstruct us in the moving into the higher levels of our concentration practice, samadhi practice. And what we find is that when we achieve shamata, then that level sort of subdues these 5 obstructions somewhat. But when we actually achieve the first jhana, the next level, these are quite well subdued because we've gone really beyond the desire realm now. The mind has gone beyond that. So to talk a little bit more about this, I'd like to again read from Alan Wallace because I think he puts this in a very clear way in his Attention Revolution again. And he says the following: the initial achievement of shamatha is described as a preliminary or as an access to the full realization of the first meditative stabilization, the first jhana. So this, as we see here, shamatha is the first of the 7 preparations. It's sometimes called an access state, an access to concentration. And he says here, the Buddha declared that with the achievement of the first meditative stabilization, so that's the first jhana, the one we're just talking about now, one is for the first time temporarily freed from the 5 types of obstructions that disrupt the balance of the mind. These are 1, sensual craving, so here is aspiration, desire of. 2, malice. 3, lethargy and drowsiness. 4, excitation, anxiety. 5, uncertainty. When you first gain the mental and physical pliancy associated with the freedom from these hindrances, you experience a rush of bliss that appears to be a symptom of achieving an unprecedented level of mental health. The Buddha was presumably referring to this bliss as a sufficing condition or immediate catalyst for the achieving of samadhi. Here is one of his more detailed accounts of his experience. So he's quoting from the Buddha now, who says, separated from the pleasures of sense, separated from unwholesome states of mind, one attains to and abides in the first stabilization, the first jhana, which is accompanied by coarse examination and precise investigation, so that's investigation analysis, born of seclusion, which is this meditative stabilization, and is joyful and blissful. And one drenches, completely fills and pervades one's body with joy and bliss, born of seclusion, so that there is nowhere in one's body that is not pervaded by it. With the realization of access to the first stabilization, that is shamata, the 5 mental factors associated with that level of samadhi arise, which directly counteract the 5 hindrances. The beauty of this is that those very healing factors that counter the obstacles to achieving mental balance emerge naturally through the process of stabilizing the mind. The practice of shamata reveals the profound capacity of the mind to heal itself. A significant difference between access to the first stabilization, that is shamata, and the actual state, the first jhana, is that in the former you gain only a tenuous freedom from the 5 hindrances, the 5 obstructions, whereas in the latter your immunity to them is stronger. With access to the first stabilization, that's shamatha, you can effortlessly remain in samadhi for at least 4 hours at a stretch, without the slightest perturbation of either subtle laxity or excitation. But once you have achieved the actual state of the first jhana, samadhi can be sustained, according to Buddhaghosa, for a whole day and a whole night, just as a healthy person, after arising from their seat, could stand a whole day. So it said that in the first jhana we can be absorbed in that state for a whole day, no problems. Sounds good, huh? Due to deep attentional stability, you may feel as if your sleep is suffused with samadhi and many pure dreams. Your sense of attentional vividness becomes so great that you feel you can count the atoms of the pillars and walls of your house, and your attention is highly focused throughout all your daily activities. These exceptional degrees of stability and clarity of your awareness carry over to a considerable degree in your consciousness after you arise from meditation practice and engage in your daily affairs, when your mind returns to the desire realm. When your mind disengages from activity, it naturally slips back into a space-like state of awareness, and physical and mental pliancies arise very swiftly. The most important effect of shamatha that lingers on between meditation sessions is a temporary relative freedom from afflictive thoughts and emotions. It is not that they don't arise anymore, but they occur less frequently, with less intensity, and for shorter periods. So as I said, is that due to this attention training, the shamatha, the first jhana, outside of meditation, you'll notice that your mental afflictions, your agitation, anger, jealousy, craving, will be much weaker. They'll more or less come up, and they'll last a very short time. In particular, you are mostly free of the 5 obstructions, as long as you don't lose your attentional balance. Between meditation sessions, you retain an exceptional degree of both kinds of pliancy and fitness, which causes you to be naturally inclined to act virtuously. Shamatha adepts report that due to bodily fitness, they have no feelings of physical heaviness or discomfort. Your spine becomes straight like a golden pillar, and your body feels very blissful. Due to mental fitness, you are now fully in control of your mind, virtually free of sadness and grief, and continuously experiencing a state of well-being. As the Buddha declared, those who have achieved any state of meditative stabilization abide in happiness here and now. Sounds all very good. Any questions so far? Yeah.
Sounds all very good. It sounds also all very impossible for me, and I mean no disrespect to my fellow students, and I suspect there aren't many people. And the analogy that springs to mind is you're encouraging us, instead of encouraging us to run around the park, you're encouraging us to do a 4-minute mile or multiple marathons. And that is I hope I'm wrong, but I actually find that quite discouraging.
Right. So I hope I'm not doing that because that's not my intention. My intention is to have a look at the big picture and to see where we are now. And of course, if now we can't even jog around the block, there's no point in trying to run a marathon. The point is to understand what the bigger picture is and to see where we are and then to focus on where we are, and that's what we need to do. That's all. So this is simply the bigger picture for our own reference so that we know where we can fit, and then to see what we need to focus on as an individual at whatever level we happen to be at now. So that's what I'm trying to at least present. Yeah. Of course we need to work at whatever level we are, and that's why I spent most of the morning focusing on the initial shamata practice, because that's basically where we are. We're full of distraction, full of dullness, can't focus for more than a few seconds, and so that's what we need to focus on. So I was hoping to I tried to give some tools as how we at our level we can work now, and then for our own reference, this is the bigger picture, that's all.
My experience, I'm speaking from experience, I have experienced 3 of the 4 dhyanas. Just like you said, hard experience. It is subdued, you're not fully integrated, and you'll come down. You will come down. So what I learned from that in terms of practice, is not to grasp after that. They are a spiritual drug. All those wonderful, wholesome qualities, lightness, joy, your body's, yes, I experienced that. The doors were banging then with the neighbours, didn't bother me. Nothing perturbed my mind most of the time,
Sure.
over 90%.
Sure.
And this, to me, part of my mind is saying that's overwhelming. Look at these 3 diagrams. How do you tie it all together conceptually? They're actually quite small. My approach is do it by experience. If some of this relates to your experience, then you can go up the ladder. But don't. Everybody will make mistakes and have to tailor their individual. I love to get to know themselves better, and therefore what to do, the practice, meditation object. So I'm just saying, be merciful, whatever happens. Merciful. Nurture yourself.
Oh, metta as in loving kindness.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And don't get too caught up in a way in the conceptual map and get overwhelmed by it. That's what I've learned from direct experience.
What, of course, and there's a saying, the map is not the territory. But if you want to navigate an unknown territory, it's good to have a map. If you don't have a map, and if you've got unlimited time, you don't need a map. You just investigate the whole territory and eventually you'll know the territory. But we don't have unlimited time, so it's useful to have a map. This is the map. If we think this is the territory, then we're going to have trouble.
Totally agree.
So we need a map, but what can also be helpful is someone to help us to use the map. And that's where the teacher is helpful. Because otherwise we may have a map, but we read it wrongly. And then, or we don't match the map to our experience. We think this experience is there when it's not, and then we end up in all sorts of difficulty. So there's the map, the territory, and then there's someone who's helping us to put the two together, and that's the qualified teacher. So very important, I think, particularly here, which I briefly indicated this morning, there's so much scope for going astray. There's so much scope for misinterpreting our experiences, not being able to relate them to the map in a very clear, constructive way, and often becoming quite delusional in the process. There's a lot of scope for that. So that's why it's important not only to have the map, the territory, but to have someone who's skilled at reading maps and knowing how to relate to the territory, a qualified teacher. Very important.
I do agree.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
like leading us to the correct path.
Sure.
It's quite easy to get distracted and go to the wrong path.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know if it's these absorptions, they were only kind of expressed in the meditative state, or whether they're expressed also subsequently.
Yeah, no, I think I said that particularly if we achieve the first jhana, outside of meditation, they're largely dormant to a large degree. As long as we keep that, I mean, of course, if we don't do any more meditation and allow that to degenerate over time, then they'll start reasserting themselves.
What level of concentration is required to realise emptiness?
That's the next session. The short answer is shamatha.
Right.
That's the short answer. I'll speak more about that in the next session. Because the next session I want to look at what we can do with these 9 levels
Right.
in terms of this and other things. So that's the next session topic.
Okay.
Right. So then we can, on the basis of this first jhana, there are 3 more levels that we can go in within this, what's called the form realm, these 4 concentrations. And in each of those, we're applying the same approach that we did from the shamatha, and that is to see the lower level as coarse and the upper level as peace. So if we're in the first jhana, then we go through another stages of seeing the first jhana as relatively coarse now, and seeing the second jhana as a more peaceful state. And then we go through these 7 preparations again and then achieve the second jhana. And likewise then to the third and the fourth jhana. And each time we are going beyond more and more subtle imbalances to concentration. So if we look at the freedom in the 4 concentrations, we look at the freedom column, we see that investigation and analysis, we use that to go beyond the desire realm, but actually investigation and analysis can agitate the mind slightly. So actually in the second concentration, the second jhana, we've gone beyond investigation and analysis. And then even in the second concentration, if we go to the third concentration of jhana, we see that we actually have freedom from the joy of the second jhana. So the joy that we experience in the second jhana is still a little bit agitating the mind. So we go beyond that when we achieve the third jhana. And then in the fourth jhana, we go beyond even this what's called mental happiness of the third jhana. So in the fourth jhana, we've gone beyond all of those states of joy, mental happiness and so forth, and we end up with this pure, what's called pure equanimity feeling. And we actually go beyond, we see these 8 faults of concentration that we are slowly transcending as we go higher into these jhanas. And we see those lists, and included in them is inhalation and exhalation of the breath. So it's said that even when we achieve the 4th jhana, we don't need to actually physically breathe anymore. We can stay in that state, not physically breathing, and with no problem. How that happens is be good to medically study that. So then each of these concentrations, jhanas, is becoming progressively more stable, and therefore can act as a very stable basis for the vipashyana practice, the wisdom practice, which we're going to look at a little bit in the next session. So all of these we can develop through the same mechanism, seeing the upper level as peace, the lower level as coarse. But then even when we get to the 4th jhana, then we can, which is like the sort of the top level now of what's called the form realm, we can even transcend this and go into these 4 absorptions we see. We see that the first of those is called infinite space. So here we are applying a similar thing. Like in the 4th jhana, we're still discriminating some subtle level of form, but we can see that as coarse and to see the higher level as peace, and that is to discriminate everything as space. So therefore we can transcend the discrimination of form in general and just discriminate everything as space. And then we would achieve this infinite space, this absorption of infinite space, where now we're discriminating everything as space. But even that can be seen as coarse, and we can move to the next level called infinite consciousness, where we simply discriminate everything as consciousness and go beyond discriminating space. And then when we're at that level of infinite consciousness, we can see even discriminating consciousness as coarse and go beyond that to the next level called nothingness, where basically we're discriminating everything as nothingness. Even that can be seen as coarse, and we can go beyond that to the highest level called the peak of cyclic existence, where we go beyond discrimination itself. This peak of cyclic existence is sometimes called without discrimination, not without discrimination, meaning we are going beyond coarse discrimination and we only have a very subtle level of discrimination left. So we can go through the formless absorptions through discriminating in more and more subtle ways. So what we saw was that in the 4 dhyanas, in the form realm, we are transcending feelings, unpleasant, even pleasant feelings, and in more and more subtle levels of feeling, up to equanimity feeling. And then in the formless realm, the 4 absorptions, we are going to more and more subtle levels of discrimination. But we're moving higher and higher through these levels. So we can go up to this peak of cyclic existence where what's left is just subtle discrimination. That's all that's left. Now, these 4 samapattis, or 4 absorptions, of course, why we were going to develop those, and that's something I'll talk more about in the next session, is that, I think I briefly mentioned already, that at the time of the Buddha, because each of these higher levels of concentration, or samadhi, the mind becomes more peaceful, less disturbance, and it seems like we're actually transcending mental afflictions and suffering in general. So it was seen as the path to liberation from suffering by developing these higher levels of concentration of samadhi. So this is what Prince Siddhartha did when he escaped from the palace to try to find the solution to everything, the meaning of life, is his teachers were instructing in this way. And so he developed all of these 9 levels of samadhi. And what he found was that, yes, the mind became much more peaceful, less disturbed, less manifest mental afflictions and so forth. But he found that actually we weren't transcending suffering. We weren't transcending mental afflictions. They were just sort of dormant. And so he understood that samadhi practice, no matter how high you develop it, is not enough to help us to transcend suffering. And so what he discovered was that you need to add wisdom to the practice. You need to go into what's called the vipashyana practice. That the fundamental root of all of our mental afflictions and suffering is a distorted view of reality. And that in order to overcome mental afflictions and suffering, we need to cut the root. We need to cut our distorted view of reality. We need to develop wisdom. We need to come to realize the nature of reality. Now, and in that practice, we go through 3 stages. In fact, in every practice, we go through 3 stages. And here I like to use the Tibetan words because they're very brief. Gol, Tibetan word gol, means intellectual. So here, when we're talking about this vipashyana practice, the insight practice into reality, first we gain an intellectual understanding. We develop the map, because if we're going to do the practice, we need a map. So we develop the map here by gaining an intellectual understanding of reality. But the map is not the territory. So even if we gain a very clear intellectual understanding of how things exist, that's not going to overcome our mental afflictions and suffering. What we need to do is to bring that into practice. We need to investigate the territory. We need to come to nyam. Nyam is like taste or experience. That we meditate, we investigate, and we come to some taste or experience of how things exist. And that can have quite a strong impact on our mind. So much so that even after the meditation, that experience can be still affecting our mind. And during that time, what we'll notice that we'll be more in sync with reality due to the force of that experience. So you'll find that the mental afflictions will be less. You'll find more connected feeling with others. But it'll wear off. And then we'll go back to our normal mistaken view of reality. So we want to stabilize that experience so it becomes a stable experience, a long-lasting experience. So that is the next stage called talk, realization. And for this to occur, we need a very stable and clear mind. We need at least the mind of shamata. And of course, particularly the 4 dhyanas above that are even more stable. But at least we need shamata, because without shamata, our mind is not stable and clear enough for us to move from here to here. To have a direct realization of the nature of reality, we need the mind of shamata. And we can also use these 4 dhyanas that are higher levels than shamata. They are also very stable and clear. In fact, the best of those 5 is the 4th dhyana. The most stable, most clear, the best basis for Vipassana practice. Once we start going up into these absorptions, we lose our faculty of discrimination because we're becoming more and more subtle, which means as an ordinary person, those higher levels of absorption, the mind is too absorbed to use that to actually discriminate, to investigate reality, because we're moving away from discrimination altogether. So therefore, they are not really a good, valid basis for an ordinary person as a basis for engaging in Vipassana practice. But any of the 4 dhyanas and shamata is a very good basis to be able to come to realize the nature of reality, the basis of that. Any questions?
How do you know if you're progressing? Because when you talk about these higher levels, you talk about accepting the way of suffering.
Right.
So, I've never experienced that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So,
Is there something which is experiential, or you only know because you've experienced it?
yeah. So, as we progress, of course, our mind becomes more stable, more clear, which means we can see things more clearly, more accurately. But, of course, as we're moving through that process, and while our mind is not so stable and clear, and we have some sort of experiences that I mentioned, experience of clarity, an experience of some sort of non-conceptuality, stillness, an experience of bliss, it's easy to misinterpret these experiences and to think that, just because we have a bit of bliss, I'm on the 4th jhana now, So this is easy to do, or even more, that we have some non-conceptual stillness of mind. We could falsely interpret that and go, oh, I'm realizing the nature of reality directly now, for example. So therefore, and this is what I mentioned just previously just now, it's very important that if we're really going into these sorts of levels, that we need a guide. Someone who's gone over that territory already, a qualified teacher who we can help us, that we can, when we have some experience, we can go to them and say, well, I've had this such and such experience. What does that mean? And they can say, well, this is where you are on the map. Or, no, that experience is not even a valid experience. You're just sort of hallucinating something, fabricating something. So you can ignore that. So they can help to guide us through the territory. I mean, we've got a map, but they know the territory directly. You know, they don't need the map because they've navigated the territory before. So they know from their own personal experience what that looks like. Whereas we may have a map or not even a very good map, and then we're having some experience and we're sort of trying to sort of interpret that. Exactly. So that's why it's very important to, when we go into these practices more deeply, to have the qualified teacher who has navigated that territory so that they can help steer us in the right direction.
Well, we got those teachers on.
You might be right in front of you. I don't know.
So, again, we need to find a suitable teacher. And suitable teacher depends on a number of factors. One is that it depends a little bit on the sort of tradition we're following. Because if we're following a particular tradition of Buddhism, but the teacher is from quite a different Buddhist tradition, then it might be difficult to relate to them because the perspective and the style of practices that we're doing is quite different to theirs. So therefore it's very helpful to find a teacher sort of within the tradition that we're following so we can relate to them because of the perspective. But also on top of that, it's very helpful to find someone who can speak the right sort of language, you know, that sometimes even though teachers are very qualified, maybe the way they express themselves we find difficult to relate to. We can't sort of, they're on a different wavelength than us. So therefore it's important to find a teacher that we can sort of relate to in that way. And then of course, to find such a qualified person is not easy. I mean, this is the reality. It's not easy to find these persons. So how can we best try to find such a person? I think there's at least two things we can do. One is to have a sincere aspiration or wish to meet with such teachers, because I think that sort of sincere aspiration plants very strong imprints in our mind that somehow ripen as finding ourselves in a situation where we suddenly bump into such a teacher. So we should not underestimate this sort of, you know, this intention, this, you know. And the second one, of course, so we have that, and the second one, of course, is to actively look for a teacher, you know, because often we hear people say that, oh, when you're ready, the teacher will appear, you know. So we think that they're going to knock on our door while we're at home or something, but probably that's not going to happen. So if we make a sincere intention or wish to meet with a teacher and then actively look for a teacher, I think that's going to be the best approach. And then also, I think what's going to be helpful is not to have some preconceived idea of what that teacher is going to look like. Because often, we do often meet very qualified people, but because they don't fit the picture that we've made, we sort of discount them. So I think also to let go of any preconceived idea of what that teacher should look like.
Thinking of the form and formless realms,
Mm-hmm.
if one were born into those realms at various levels, are these the kind of experiences one would have then, these levels of mind?
Yes, exactly. So, and that's going to be one of the topics for the next session, is that when we are actually absorbed into that state in meditation, then these 8 levels above shamata, if we develop that level of samadhi and it doesn't degenerate, that can be a cause for rebirth in that plane of existence in the next life.
Right.
And the experience, so then if you had developed one of the 4 dhyanas now, of course we do it on the basis of the physical human body,
Yeah.
but when we're in that experience, then that experience we're having in that state will mirror if we're reborn in that state. So we'll have the similar experience, and physically our body, of course, will be very different.
Yeah.
It won't be the physical body. Yes.
Yeah. I was just thinking, if you were saying, well, jhana might be good for vipashyana, but if you were born into that realm, you wouldn't have the experience of suffering to the same degree. So there wouldn't be the spur to practice.
So again, it depends again on the motivation and the level. So often people develop these thinking that they're the path to liberation.
Yeah.
And then if they develop a certain level there and it doesn't degenerate in that life, then they will end up in that state in the next life. And because those states are sort of free of these mental afflictions and stuff, there is no impetus to, like you said, there's no impetus to do anything.
Yeah.
So then they just sort of hang out in these states for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And eventually that finishes and then they end up somewhere else. Whereas if we develop these levels and we have already developed a certain level of the path, you can direct to those, if it's useful, to end up there and still continue because you're already at a certain level of the spiritual path and you've already developed the intention to be liberated and all that. So, and probably the correct view of reality as well.
They can all be carried over into the higher realms.
Yeah. So what we're going to see in the next session is that if we really have come to a direct realization of nature of reality, then we can even use these formless absorptions
Yeah.
on the basis for the path.
They're not,
So it depends at what level we're at,
Yeah.
what the effect is.
they're not the dead ends I thought they were then. Those higher, being reborn into those levels is the dead end I thought it was.
No, I mean, again, from a Buddhist perspective, then simply rebirth in those planes of existence is not a solution.
Yeah.
But we can use those levels of samadhi, as we're going to see a little bit more in the next session. We can use that as a basis for having mastery over concentration, and that can help us then in our vipashyana practice. Last question, then it's tea break time.
Somebody told me before about finding your Buddha. He said it depends heavily on the karmic relationship. Karmic, something like karma.
What do you mean? I mean, karma is just law of cause and effect, so I'm not sure what your question is
whether
asking.
a person can be the guru and the teacher and the student. There's a karmic relationship.
Yes, but I think that's another way of saying a little bit what I've done here, is that if we make a strong aspiration to meet a teacher, we can create that connection to the
It's a
teacher.
karmic
Yeah, I mean, we can use the word karmic connection, but sometimes when people use that sort of language, they sort of think it's some sort of mystical sort of, where's this karmic connection, you know? But it's just making a connection through meeting and making aspiration. That is the connection. Yeah? That's how we establish a connection, by making an aspiration, by meeting, and that is the connection.
So it's the opposite of wishful thinking. It's actually
Yeah.
doing the work.
Well, you have to do both. You have to have the aspiration, and then you do the
Sorry.
both. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's stop there for now. Have a tea break. Come back at 3:30, and in the last session, I want to go on to look at what we can do with all of these levels of samadhi, what they're useful for.
Drink.
Yes, please. What was that?
That was chamomile.
Yeah, another one of those.
Country-wise.
Another one of those, thank you. meditation himself, and it's quite scholarly, but I mean it depends what you're wanting it for.
Right.
It's not a light read.
Right.
What's that?
The Daniel P. Brown book. It's more like a reference book.
That
You know,
sounds good.
if you want to go for some information, it's not a light bedtime read. Definitely not.
And it's
But he
not
did.
not necessarily a help, is it?
A what?
A practical help in this context.
No, it's quite an academic thing. So if you're looking for some academic background to practice, that could be a good reference book.
I noticed on the sheets they're based on the Abhidharmakosha. Is that where most of this has come from then?
Well, yeah, within the Tibetan system, a lot of this information is coming through that.
Yeah. That's a big read. In this last session now, I'd like to look at what is the purpose of developing these 9 levels of samadhi. What can we do with them? As I briefly mentioned, I think a few times now, is that particularly at the time of the Buddha, there was a number of spiritual traditions who felt that developing these higher and higher levels of samadhi was the way to liberation from suffering. And so again, this is what Prince Siddhartha initially did when he left the palace. He developed these higher and higher levels of samadhi in the hope of achieving liberation. But what he found was that even though they were very good at keeping the lid on mental afflictions and suffering, they didn't eliminate them. That to eliminate mental afflictions and suffering, we need, on the basis of this samadhi practice, to go into the wisdom practice, the vipashyana practice, to come to realize the nature of reality, because it's our distorted view of reality that's the underlying root of our mental afflictions and suffering. But as I also mentioned, is that if we develop these levels of samadhi in the hope that they will lead us to liberation, and then whatever level we've developed, if that does not degenerate in this life, then that is creating a cause for us to be reborn in such a plane of existence in the next life. So that's why I'd like to briefly now look at this 3 realms chart that you have, to have a look at how that works. So again, we have the desire, form and formless realm. So now we are, of course, stuck in the desire realm, a realm that is pervaded by this craving and attachment, particularly for the sense pleasures. And we see within the desire realm, we can divide that up into sort of 6 classes of beings, from Deva, Asura, human, animal, Preta, Narak. These are different types of existences within the desire realm, and this is often pictorially represented on like this wheel of life tanka here, the one just this side of the post, the circle. This shows actually how we are stuck in this cycle of existence, being reborn life after life. And we see in that it's sort of it's not the inner 2 circles, but the next section out is divided. I think this one is divided into actually 6 parts, and those are pictorially representing these 6 types of beings here. And so then, depending on what we do in that life, will then cause us to be reborn in one of those 6 existences in the next life. And in general, it's said that the Deva, Asura and human realm are what's called the white existences, and the other 3 are the black existences, in that to create the causes to be reborn as a human, Asura or Deva, we need to engage in virtuous actions. we see here the 10 virtues. And then if we engage in non-virtuous harmful behavior, we can end up in one of the other types of existences. But then we cycle between each of those existences life after life, depending on whether we engage in virtue or non-virtue in this life. And so we're stuck in this endless cycle. And so we're trying to get out of this cycle of existence called samsara. If we go on then to develop these higher levels of samadhi, if we develop then the 4 dhyanas or the 4 absorptions in this life, and they don't degenerate, then whatever level we've developed can create the cause for us to be reborn in that plane of existence in the next life. So we see here in the form and formless realm, we have those 4 levels of existence in each of the 4 in those 2 realms. We have the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana, and we have the 4 levels in the formless realm. And we see that in the jhanas, each one has sort of 3 sort of minor levels. And that depends to the degree in which we've developed that jhana. We will be reborn in one of those sort of 3 smaller levels within that. So that's how we can be reborn, for example, in the form realm, is that in this life, if we develop one of those 4 jhanas, and it doesn't degenerate, that creates a cause for us to be reborn in that level in the next life. Similarly with the formless absorptions. And then we see also here in the 4th jhana, they've also added in these 5 sort of types of existences called pure lands. Now, pure lands, that word can sometimes be used in different ways, and that often creates confusion. We can talk about Buddha pure lands, and a Buddha pure land is if we become enlightened, then this becomes our Buddha pure land, because we see this in a completely pure way. Whereas here, these pure lands are within samsara, within the cycle of existence, and they are a particular type of existence that is consciously sought. Because if we look at the cause of rebirth here, it says Arya's alternating meditation on 4th jhana. An Arya is someone who's had a direct realization of emptiness, of nature of reality. So that means someone who's already quite highly advanced in the spiritual path. So they can do this sort of fancy alternating meditation that creates a cause to be reborn there, but for the purpose of then, within that type of existence, to have good conditions to continue the spiritual path to enlightenment. So these 5 areas or types of existence can only be, as it said here, someone can only be reborn there if they've already had a direct realization of emptiness of nature reality, and they do this type of meditation to be reborn in that place, to continue their practice to enlightenment. And in the formless realm, we have those, if we develop those formless absorptions, that can create the cause to be reborn in those places. But again, as a ordinary person, if we develop those, whether it's the jhanas or the absorptions, and we end up in that place, of course that place is very peaceful, no real suffering, but it's only a transient place. We don't stay there forever. We finish that existence. And so from a Buddhist perspective, as an ordinary person, to be reborn in one of those places is not really helpful, because there's no motivation to do anything, because there's no suffering really. So we just get stuck in that state. Nice state, we get stuck there quite a long time, but then we pop out of that because that existence finishes, and then we sort of end up down here somewhere again. And so it's a temporary sort of respite, but from the bigger picture, it's not a very useful place to end up as an ordinary person. So that's very briefly how to end up in those different types of existences. Is there any questions about that?
Sakavati, the pure land of Amitabha, would that be one of these Pure Lands here at the top. Is that the difference? Is it
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
2, 3,
No.
4?
This is coming from the source is Abhidhamma Kosha,
Right.
which is not a Mahayana text. So this is all talk about Mahayana Pure Lands.
Yeah.
And within that, again, I think that sometimes the way they are described can be very different. And often when we talk about Buddha Pure Lands, we're talking about the fact of when we become enlightened, this becomes our Buddha Pure Land.
Yeah.
But then there's other, as you mentioned, other types of Pure Land which are not part of this, which it's said that if we do certain practices, we can be reborn there to continue the practice. So that's something other than this and other than the Buddha Pure Land that we create when we become enlightened.
Right.
So they're distinct.
Right. Thank you.
So the Tushita that's mentioned, that's not the Tushita Pure Land under Joyous in the
Yeah, it is. It is.
So it's the same kind of Pure Land as number 17.
So this Tushita, of course, is within the desire realm. So often when we talk about, often in this pictorial representation, we talk about this Deva realm or God realm, then sometimes when we talk about that, we're just talking about these sort of 6 types of desire realm Devas. But sometimes also when that word is used in general, it includes that plus the form and formless realm existences. All of that is considered the God realm. It's just the higher planes of existence. So we have to be a little bit careful when we see that word God realm or Deva realm, whether we're just talking about the desire realm level, or if we're talking about samsara as a whole, often it includes all of these higher levels of existence as well. They're sort of lumped into that category. So we have to be a little bit careful when we see that word.
A second question. Could you just remind me, where on here is there no going back, as it were?
Oh. That's not...
You can always degenerate.
Not going back, this is physical planes of existence. Not going back is a mental state. We can be in that not going back state and end up in any one of those places.
So in terms just of levels of concentration, are there any, at which level would you retain it, rebirth after rebirth?
None.
None. So
None.
you could generate any concentration at any time.
Exactly. Yes. No, there's no level of concentration where it doesn't degenerate, or there's no possibility for it to degenerate. Of course, if we sustain it, we'll keep it, but all of those can degenerate in this life or for next life. Yes. Okay.
I'm totally confused.
Okay.
My kind of thoughts. Is that this whole diagram of 3 realms, is
Yeah.
all of this the desire realm?
No, this is here, where it says desire realm.
Because I'm familiar with that Samadhi story in prison in Turkey. Do you know the story? In prison, it's a monarchy, and somebody gets imprisoned, and she prays to the Buddha to release it from this terrible prison. She's being imprisoned by her own king. Her son killed the king and then imprisoned her, and then she prays to the Buddha, saying, "This is horrible. There's no hope here. It's a prison. I'm depressed." And so she shows a genuine, pure wish to get out of. It's symbolic and literal.
So you can't, out of a pure wish, get out of samsara.
But the Buddha recommends certain practices, and with that and her wish, where it seemed impossible, any type of freedom from temple, it becomes possible.
Right.
Are you familiar with the story?
Not
Sukhavati.
directly, no. I mean, I've heard of Sukhavati, of course, but not directly that story. But here we're talking about types of existences all within samsara. Meaning that to get out of this, we need, from the Buddhist perspective at least, is we need wisdom, we need vipashyana practice, we need to come to realize the nature of reality directly if we want to escape from any of this. Of course, some of these places are very nice places to hang out, but we're not free of suffering and mental afflictions. Maybe manifest in a lot of the higher realms, there's no manifest suffering, physical or mental, but when that life finishes and we end up down here, then there's manifest suffering again. There's, because we haven't got rid of the cause. To get rid of the cause, we need vipassana practice. A wish to be out of samsara is not enough. But of course, the entry point is to develop that aspiration, often translated in English as renunciation. Renunciation is really the wish for liberation. Because on that basis, if we have that wish and we understand what we need to get out, then we practice those practices, which is shamata and vipassana.
So that's what the Buddha does with this in prison.
I don't know the details.
It complies with what you're saying right now.
But the Buddha can't wave a magic wand and liberate people.
No, she had to do the work. She had to be receptive.
Of course.
Have a wish.
Of course.
And to follow.
Exactly.
The letter is
Of course.
great wisdom.
Of course. Okay. Okay. Now, to add a bit more is, and I'll begin by quoting a little bit from a great Tibetan master, Panchen Losang Chögyal Gyaltsen, who was the actually tutor of the 5th Dalai Lama and a very famous practitioner in Tibet. And he's talking about shamata, and he says, it is the source of many excellent qualities such as extrasensory perception and paranormal abilities, and in particular, the Arya paths of all three vehicles are attained in dependence upon it. So what he's saying here is two things. He's saying that if we develop samadhi, particularly the dhyanas, any of the 4 dhyanas, this is a basis for developing, as he calls it, extrasensory perception and paranormal abilities. And often this is presented as what's called the 5 clairvoyances. These are 5 abilities that we can develop on the basis of cultivating one of the 4 jhanas. So we're not saying that if you develop the 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th jhana, you automatically have these. But if you develop those, you can relatively easily develop these abilities. The first is called divine eye. And divine eye, using modern language, would be something equivalent to remote viewing, meaning to be able to see things at a distance. And of course, we're not talking about seeing things at a distance with this physical eye. We're talking about mentally being able to see things, for example, on the other side of the planet, directly, as they're actually happening. So this is divine eye. Then we have divine ear. A similar idea is to hear sounds at a distance, not with this eardrum, but again, it's a mental faculty of being able to hear sounds, again, literally on the other side of the planet. Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah. And then the third one is knowing others' minds. To develop the ability to read people's thoughts, see what's going on in their mind. The fourth one is to remember past lives. is that we can remember all of our past lives, recall where we were and what we did. And then the last one is called magical emanation. This is really the ability to manipulate the elements, the physical elements, to transform things physically. So these are 5 abilities that we can cultivate on the basis of having developed any of those 4 jhanas. So this is what Panchen Losang Chegi Gelsen says, is that it's a source of many qualities such as extrasensory perception and paranormal abilities. He's talking about the 5th one. So these are things that are, and they're in the text, there are specific practices that we can do to develop each one of those. They're sort of listed a little bit in detail in the texts. Any questions about any of those?
The Mahayana divine ear, is that using the ear sense power and the eye sense power, or the difference entirely?
Mental sense power.
Right.
They're not physical.
You're not
No. I mean, they're called that because mentally we can see things and hear things. It's not using this ear or this eye.
it's not.
No.
So is it like a vision?
Well, a vision, I don't know, depends what you mean by vision. This is literally, the first one is literally seeing directly what's going on the other side of the planet right now. It's not imagining, it's directly seeing. Like Skype, yes. It's personal Skype without the technology. We have the technology ourselves.
I feel like somebody said they have this kind of ESP.
Extrasensory perception.
Yeah, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's that.
Now, why do we want to develop this? Of course, it could be cool, but in the spiritual path, the bodhisattva who's striving for enlightenment would cultivate this for a particular person, a particular reason, and divine eye, of course, is then we could see where the teachers are, our teachers are. We could see where our disciples are. And the divine ear, we could then listen to teachings from afar. And knowing others' minds, of course, if we're helping people, if we can read their minds, much more effective in helping them. And remembering past lives, also to know then where maybe past disciples were, where they are now from a past life. And then magical emanations, it's often said that this would be to somehow inspire the student, to show them that we have some ability as a practitioner. So this is the reason that is mentioned in the text why a bodhisattva would develop those would be for the purpose of more effectively helping others to overcome suffering. That's the reason that they are developed. But then also Panchen Lama says here that in particular, shamata and the dhyanas, the Arya paths of all 3 vehicles are attained in dependence upon it. So again, an Arya, we can talk about two types of practitioner. There's ordinary and Arya. So an Arya is anyone who has had a direct realization of reality. In this case, we talk about a direct realization of emptiness. And that is a very significant point in the spiritual path, because it's often said that we're sort of then on a one-way ticket out of samsara, particularly once we've had that direct realization of emptiness and we become an Arya being. So if we want to become an Arya, we need to have a direct realization of emptiness, of nature, of reality. And what we saw here earlier is that in order to have a direct realization of emptiness, we need a very stable mind. we need the mind of shamata. So if we have not achieved shamata, or one of the dhyanas even better, the best we can manage would be this. We could have some deep insight into reality in meditation that could have a profound effect on our mind, that could affect our mind for some time after the meditation, but eventually it'll sort of wear off. So if we want to make that a very stable experience, if we want for it to come to a direct realization, we need at least shamatha or any of the 4 jhanas also very good. Then we will become an Arya being. Now, to have a look at how that works in terms of the Mahayana path to enlightenment, I'd like to briefly look at your last chart that we haven't looked at yet, the Mahayana path chart. So this is sort of marking out the progression on the Mahayana path to enlightenment. And we see that it's divided into 5 stages. Path of accumulation, path of preparation, path of seeing, path of meditation, path of no more learning. And we see right at the beginning, number 2 underneath, it says uncontrived renunciation and bodhicitta. So to enter the Mahayana path, we need to develop, of course, the aspiration for enlightenment, which is bodhicitta. Bodhi is Sanskrit for enlightenment, chitta is mind. So bodhicitta is the mind of enlightenment. It's the mind which aspires to enlightenment. So when we really can develop that so that it's not really, that it's uncontrived, then we enter the Mahayana path. Now, we go through stages here. And when we enter the Mahayana path, we have already achieved shamatha at that point. Path of accumulation here is talking about accumulating the 2 wings of practice, of wisdom and compassion. Here often the compassion wing is called merit, meaning virtuous activities. So we are putting a lot of effort into those 2 wings of practice of wisdom and compassion, or accumulating merit, doing virtuous actions. And here, in the wisdom wing, we are coming to, on the basis of shamatha, we are coming to realize emptiness. Emptiness, of course, meaning realization that everything's empty of independent existence. Nothing exists independently. But here, it's still not a direct realization of emptiness. Now, if we sit down on whatever stability, we do a bit of shamatha practice and we have maybe a little bit of stability and clarity. And then we use that as a basis for our vipashyana practice, our wisdom practice. We investigate the nature of reality now, and maybe we'll come to some little taste or experience of emptiness, but usually it'll wear off very quickly. And if we do have that experience of emptiness, then in that experience there's a sense of me, the meditator, experiencing this emptiness. So there's still a sense of duality between me, the meditator, and emptiness, the thing I'm realizing. On the path of accumulation, that experience is deeper because now they have a very stable, clear mind of shamatha. So now it's a realization, but it's still conceptual. There's still a sense of me, the meditator, realizing this emptiness. And then we move along, and even on the path of accumulation, we haven't really unified shamatha vipassana. We saw earlier, we talked about this union of shamatha and vipassana. That happens at the end of path accumulation. At the end of path accumulation, our shamatha and vipassana become unified, and we end up with what's called a union of shamatha and vipassana, observing emptiness. So on the path of preparation, we are realizing emptiness, but it's still conceptual. There's still a sense of me, the meditator, and emptiness, the thing I'm realizing. And preparation, the word preparation here means we're preparing for our first direct realization of emptiness. So what happens on the path of preparation is this sense of duality, this sense of me, the meditator, emptiness, the thing I'm realizing, this sense of duality starts to collapse. And then at the end of path of preparation, completely collapses. And then we have our first direct realization of emptiness, and we enter the path of seeing. Seeing here means seeing emptiness directly. And we look underneath there, we see number 7, and it says initial direct realization of emptiness, Arya. So now, when we have our first direct realization of emptiness, we become an Arya. And that direct realization of emptiness is now strong enough to start to wipe out some ignorance and mental afflictions. Previous to that, our realization of emptiness was strong enough to really keep the lid on the mental afflictions quite a lot. But now when we've had our first direct realization of emptiness, now we are starting to wipe out ignorance and mental afflictions. But one direct realization of emptiness is not enough to wipe it all out. We need to enter the 4th stage, path of meditation, where we continue to have direct realization of emptiness based on shamata, or one of the 4 dhyanas, again and again and again and again and again, wiping out more and more subtle levels of ignorance and mental afflictions. And we see path of meditation here is divided into 9 steps. And those 9 steps, together with path of seeing, are called the 10 grounds, or in Sanskrit, the 10 bhumis. And when we move along the path of meditation, by the end of the 7th ground, we have now wiped out all ignorance and mental afflictions. We've gone beyond samsara. We've achieved the goal of nirvana. But being on the Mahayana path, nirvana, or personal liberation from samsara, is not our goal. Our goal is full enlightenment. So nirvana we got as a bit of a byproduct. So we need to continue on the path. What's left is what's called latencies of ignorance. They're subtle stains in our mind that cause this mistaken dualistic appearance. These are very difficult to get rid of. And so over the stage 8, 9 and 10, we are wiping those out. And then at the end of the 10th ground, we've wiped out all those stains of ignorance in our mind, and then we become enlightened. We achieve the path of no more learning. So that is very briefly, very quickly, the Mahayana path. So I'm sure there's some questions.
Are 1 to 7 sequential?
Yes, but what do you mean by that question?
Well, generosity, do you have to get generous?
Okay,
You know what
yeah.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Find a word I can say.
Yeah.
You have to get ethics before you can get patience.
Right. So, as you see, that the first 6 grounds are correlated to the 6 perfections, and of generosity, ethics, patience, choice, effort, concentration, wisdom. So these are the core practices that we practice in the Bodhisattva path, of course, the main core practices. And they're listed in that order in the text for a reason. In fact, there are a couple of reasons why they're listed in that order. One is that generosity is the easiest thing to practice, so each one becomes more difficult to practice. That's one reason. And another reason is that each of the practices acts as a good foundation for the next one. Meaning if we're being generous, it's easier to become ethical. And if we're working on becoming ethical, it's easier to be patient. And if we're really being patient in difficult situations, it's easier to be joyful. And if we're joyful, it's easier to focus the mind. And if we focus the mind, it's easier to penetrate reality, the wisdom practice. So each one acts as a basis for the others. Here, in this chart, we're talking about actually perfecting that practice. What it means to perfect those practices at that stage is mentioned in the text. I can't really remember what the mark of perfection is. One thing I seem to remember is for ethics, a measure of having perfected ethics at this level is that you don't even have a non-virtuous thought in a dream. Not even that. I think that's what I remember. But so what this doesn't mean is that we need to perfect generosity before we practice ethics. It just means that to really perfect them happens in this order because each one is a little bit more difficult.
And does this perfection
concentration comes in the Arya Bodhisattva path, which is quite a long way after you've achieved shamata.
Correct. And that's very good you asked that, because that was my very next topic, so I'll answer your question. In the Bodhisattva path, to perfect concentration involves doing a lot of mental gymnastics around all these levels of samadhi. And so in the texts, they talk about, often you'll hear this term, the loftily looking lion samadhi. And what that is, it's like a preparation where the bodhisattva, and we're talking Arya bodhisattvas now, so we're talking someone on those levels.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they are going up these levels and then going back down the levels. So they're sort of zooming up here and zooming back down within a session to allow the mind to become more and more proficient about jumping in and out of samadhi. So that's just the preparation, going up and down. Then what they do is they do what's called leaping meditation, where in a session they're maybe down on the first jhana, and then they leap up to this absorption of cessation. Or maybe I'll mention that, I haven't mentioned it. What you see in the 4 concentrations, above that you have this absorption without discrimination. And what that is that, remember, often people in past, particularly, develop these levels of jhana thinking that they're the way to liberation. So one of the things they often did was, on the basis of this 4th jhana, they entered into this absorption without discrimination, where they eliminate coarse feelings and discriminations. So then they end up in this absorption without discrimination, thinking that they've achieved nirvana. But it's just a temporary, peaceful state. Similarly, we have absorption of cessation, which is done on the basis of the peak of existence. But this is very difficult to enter into, and you can only enter into it if you're an Arya being. So what happens is these Arya bodhisattvas, they enter into that as part of this mental gymnastics. So what they do, and this is what's called leaping meditation, and this is to help perfect concentration, is that they, for example, go from the first jhana straight into absorption of cessation, out of that to the second jhana, back into absorption of cessation, back to third jhana, absorption of cessation, 4th jhana. They do this on the way up, and then on the way down they go absorption of cessation to desire realm mind, back to peak desire. So they do this alternating up and down. And these are the sorts of practices that can help us, the bodhisattva, to really become very adept at concentration, moving in and out.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of a little bit what we're talking about here. So this is not saying that, we need to achieve shamata and the 4 jhanas here. We've done that long before.
Yeah.
So this is doing all of this sort of practice, this leaping meditation and so forth.
But not in this life, right?
Yeah,
I was going to go back to the five points.
sure.
Would there be any reason why non-Buddhist practitioners would want to attend these classes, or are they just byproducts of what they think they're aiming for nirvana?
Well, remember, these are not automatic. You don't get them automatically. You have to cultivate them. So it's not like when you achieve the first jhana, you get all of that. It's not automatic. Well, at least according to the Mahayana texts I've read, they say if we've developed first, second, third, or 4th jhana, and we do such and such and such a practice, then we can cultivate these abilities. So they're not just a automatic thing. We have to put effort, but the basis necessary to be able to develop those is the jhanas, one of the 4 jhanas.
So why I ask is because I think, in my mind, I think if non-Buddhists would be working, if the motivation was to get divine eyes, etc., then we would put restrictions like pride or wanting pain, whatever, because that would counteract concentration because of the restrictions that would work.
Exactly. Yeah. Any other questions about Mahayana path?
seems to be, you talked about the deliberate leaping up and down, and I guess that's, so it's achieved, that the holes are filled, you know, it's solid progress.
Sorry, I didn't know what you mean.
Well, you might not, be on solid ground unless you do that, and you go back a bit and have a look. That's my interpretation. It sounds what probably else.
I'm still not sure what you're asking. So this leaping is only something that an Arya being can do. A normal person can't do it. So an Arya being is someone who's had a direct realization of emptiness already. So they've already started to wipe out lots of mental afflictions and suffering already. And on that basis, they're doing this leaping meditation to become more adept at concentration to continue along that path of meditation.
Oh, to become more adept.
Yeah, more adept.
Right.
So it's this is a practice to perfect concentration, to be able to move between different samadhis like this.
And you said you had to work at five. Could you flip it over?
You have to do certain practices to develop those abilities.
So not even the divine eye comes spontaneously.
No.
It
No.
might be
There are
spontaneous.
what's called, there are ones that are developed through samadhi and then doing practices. Some of these, of course, when we become an Arya being, we will develop this capacity. So as we purify the mind, we will remember past life, no other's minds directly. But this is Arya being. So I'm talking here about an ordinary person. If an ordinary person wants to develop these qualities, they need to develop the 4 dhyanas, one of them, and do specific practices. If we're an Arya being, meaning we've realized emptiness, we've wiped out a lot of ignorance and mental afflictions, we can start to have these abilities spontaneously. But that's only Arya beings, not an ordinary being.
And all of this is under the guidance of a teacher who knows experience.
Yeah, I mean the instructions on how to develop it.
But it's not spontaneous.
For an ordinary person, yeah. What we can do is there can be some of this at a lesser level due to what's called rebirth. So it could be that in a past life, someone's developed those capacities, still have some imprints, and then in the next life have these in a very limited way. So that's also possible. So, like this one particularly, often we find young children having this ability a little bit. But often then they lose that ability as they grow up. So, according to the Buddhist texts on this, we can have these in a little bit of a limited way as a result of developing these in a previous life and having some effect of that still. So that's possible.
My question is from experience. I'm pretty sure I've experienced a minor form of the divine eye, very briefly.
Well, of course, here, this is not talking about this physical eye.
No.
It's talking about remote viewing. It's being able to see things at a distance mentally.
Is that not aligned with wisdom? Is that a purely physical power?
No. So like I said, if we develop wisdom, if we directly realize emptiness, we can develop those capacities automatically. But as an ordinary person who does not have that level of wisdom, we have to do specific practices, dhyana practice, plus other practices to really work on developing those.
You've answered.
Okay.
You said something about the Mahayana tradition.
The Mahayana path, yeah.
So is it just for the Mahayana path?
Which? This?
All the stuff that we were talking about today.
No. I mean,
It's for any Buddhist.
yeah. I mean, these levels of samadhi is not Buddhist. You can be non-Buddhist and develop all of this. In fact, that's what many people did at the time of the Buddha. So this is not Buddhist. what is Buddhist is using this as a basis for wisdom, vipashyana practice. So this is Buddhist. This is anything. I mean, it's just developing concentration skills. You don't need to be a Buddhist to do this. Anyone can do this if you follow the right practices.
But they've learned it from the Buddha.
Sorry?
They've learned it from the Buddha.
The what is? Oh, learnt it. No. No. I mean, before Prince Siddhartha became Buddha, he learnt this from his teachers.
Oh.
So he got out of the palace and he wanted to find out the way to overcome suffering, and he found a few teachers and they said, this is how you overcome suffering, do this. So he did all this. Well, he saw that manifest, there wasn't much, but he saw that it didn't get rid of it. So he understood this was not enough, that this is a good start, but on that basis you need to go into the vipashyana practice, the wisdom practice. That's what was missing. That's what the Buddha discovered.
The small point was SM qualities.
Oh, yeah, okay. So here we see that the path of seeing is when we first directly realize emptiness, we become an Arya being. So SM qualities is, SM stands for supreme mundane qualities. So it just means that's the highest level of qualities that we will have before we become an Arya. That's all. Supreme mundane qualities. That's all it means. One last point here. The Panchen Lama said that this is the basis of the Arya paths of all three vehicles. And there are a number of ways of talking about the three vehicles. One way of talking about the three vehicles is Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana. Well, Theravada, sometimes you'll see the word Hinayana here. And these are three vehicles that can take us to a certain goal. The Theravada vehicles, or Hinayana sometimes called, can take us to the goal of nirvana, personal liberation from suffering. Here, we're looking at the Mahayana vehicle, which can take us not only there, but it can take us to the further goal of complete enlightenment. And Vajrayana, or sometimes called Tantra, also takes us to the goal of enlightenment. Now, what's the difference between Mahayana and Vajrayana if they have the same goal? The difference is that in the Vajrayana, or Tantra, we are trying to gain access to a very deep level of our mind called the very subtle mind. Because the deeper the level of mind we can gain access to, the more powerful it is. So we can talk about sort of three levels of mind. Coarse, subtle, very subtle. And now our mind is sort of up here. Coarse, very agitated, distracted. So the mind we have now is not a very good tool to use in meditation. That's why we do this shamata practice. Shamata practice is to make this coarse mind more subtle, to pacify it, to make it more stable, clear. But still we're talking about coarse mind. So shamata practice is to refine this coarse mind, make it more stable, more clear, more focused. But we have these very subtle levels of the mind, the subtle, very subtle level, which are not even talked about in Mahayana or Theravada, because there are no practices there to help us gain access to this. So there's no mention. But in the Vajrayana Tantra, of course, they talk about this very subtle mind, which goes by many names. depending on the tradition. It's sometimes called primordial mind, Rikpa, many different names, clear light mind, given many different names. In Tantra or Vajrayana, we have ability or practices to gain access to this, and then we use that to realize nature, reality, emptiness. Because it's a more subtle mind, more powerful, therefore in Tantra Vajrayana, we can accelerate the spiritual path to enlightenment. So that's often how the three vehicles are presented. Sometimes here, instead of three vehicles, you'll see two vehicles, Theravada and Mahayana, or Hinayana Mahayana. And then in Mahayana, they talk about two levels. And the two levels is Sutra Tantra. Tantra is just Vajrayana. So you can give a presentation of two vehicles, Mahayana, two levels, or you can divide it into three. It's just the same presentation divided differently, that's all. But here, we're not really talking about those three vehicles. Here, the three vehicles we're talking about is what's called the Shravaka vehicle, the Pratyeka Buddha, and the Bodhisattva vehicle. Shravaka vehicle, often translated as hearer's vehicle. So the hearer's vehicle is people who listen to instructions from the master, follow those instructions, and then can achieve the goal of nirvana. Pratyeka Buddha sometimes is translated as solitary realizer. And that person receives instructions, then they go off on their own and they achieve the result of nirvana in solitude. So solitary realizer. Both of those, of course, are striving for nirvana, and then the bodhisattva vehicle is someone who's striving for enlightenment. So whether you're striving for the goal of nirvana or enlightenment, what he's saying here is that as a basis for that, we need at least shamata, if not the 4 dhyanas, as a basis for our vipashyana practice. So that's all I wanted to really mention. Is there any last questions before we wrap up this afternoon? Yeah.
What does it mean by roots of virtue?
Roots of virtue cannot be severed. Number 5. That means basically due to the deeper level of our emptiness practice, we've got to a point whereby we can't have things like anger arising enough to be able to damage the virtuous things that we've done. Because often we talk about severing the roots of virtue through moments of anger. But now at that point, we've got to a point where, due to our emptiness realization, now we can't really generate those states of mind that will damage the virtuous imprints that we've developed through our virtuous practice.
From a day-to-day practice point of view,
Sure.
is there an ideal amount of time to spend doing shamatha?
Yeah. So again, quality over quantity. It depends on us as an individual and their level of capacity, our lifestyle and so forth. Of course, if we can do more meditation each day, fine, but it needs to be sustainable. So I think as a beginner, the best thing to do is to just develop the habit. So as a beginner, if we start with too much time, we're not going to be sustainable. So first, start very short, develop the habit, and then, of course, as things change, you can then increase. But start short, develop the habit, and go from there. Last question.
I noticed this thing. Am I right in thinking that before one has reached the eighth through me,
Right.
one can be an Arya being, but one can still fall back.
No. No. Fall back? No.
No.
What do you mean by fall back?
Fall back. Can you have a rebirth? Well, lose your merit and.
No, I mean even way back on the path of preparation, if you look at number 6,
Right.
no more rebirths in lower realms, already way back there.
Right. Okay.
So even that is.
So one gets past there. One is basically on the higher paths. Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, particularly if you realise emptiness directly, they often say you're on a one-way ticket out.
Right. So
Just a matter of time.
It's just an escalator up.
Something like that, yes.
I like that.
Okay, we better finish there because I've got a train to catch very shortly. So I'd like to just finish by thanking Jamyang Leeds for inviting me here and looking after me and putting on this event. And I'd like to just thank all of you for coming along today. And I hope that you've got something out of today's session. And I hope to see you again in the not too distant future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just on behalf of Jamyang Leeds and all students and staff and volunteers, we'd like to say thank you very much for coming again to help us concentrate.
Okay, thank you.
Please come back again soon because people really find your explanations very clear and helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Glen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a small announcement that tomorrow, if you're interested, we have a strategic planning afternoon to decide how we want the centre to grow for the next 3 to 5, 20 years. So if you have some ideas, you can email me if you can't make it, but if you can make it. That's tomorrow at 1:30. Before that, there's a shared lunch at 12:30. And before that, if you're really keen to get rid of some negative karma, then you can purify with prostrations with Andrew tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.